Hello YouTube. Today we're going to be unboxing the brand new Prusa Mini and putting that together and getting it all printing today. So yeah, just stay tuned and we'll go ahead and get started. So as I said, we're going to be unboxing this Prusa Mini. Here it is all wrapped up. I'm going to switch to a 2-camera view for you all. So you can see it from like above, and then you can see closer with this camera. And this camera will move around a bit, but we'll just put it in the upper corner here. So let me, where did my mouse go here? Let's go ahead and switch over to the other camera. All right, so here we go. So it's wrapped up as usual from Prusa in the black, what is it, cellophane wrapping or whatever, with Prusa tape on it. So let's get this thing open. Let's hope this is a mini. The box surprised me because it's I don't know, it's pretty big for the box. Almost Mark III size box, I guess. But let's just see what's inside this thing, and hopefully it's a mini and they didn't ship the wrong thing. Hey Timothy, how's it going? Roswell, New Mexico. Are you still at work then? I won't tell your boss. I did want to kind of tweet this. Let me get a tweet out real quick here. Maybe somebody can share an even better one. And I need to grab a link. So here we go. Share. And welcome everyone. Hey Eric, how's it going? So yeah, I'm very excited to get started on this. I wanted to tweet the link before I started, but for some reason YouTube wouldn't show me the link until I actually started the stream, and that's why I have to tweet this live. So I guess I could have just tweeted my general address here. Oh, there it went. Come on, iPhone. iPhone does not want to paste today. Cool. Hopefully that was the right address. All right. So, looks like I've opened this upside down. There is no general indication of direction on the outside of the wrapper. And this wrapping is pretty thick here. All right, so there we go. The top's a little bulged. There's the box there. We do have a cool carry handle for the box. But this is all the sides here. And one more side. And then the top, of course, they're doing like this hexagon thing on their stuff. Same with their tape. Their tape had the same hexagons on it. And then the back of the box, which we kind of saw because I opened that first. So let's go ahead and get this open, and I'll try to keep this on camera too. The length of the y-axis and z-axis extrusion. I sure will, Eric. I didn't bring a tape measure, but I'll go grab one. Yes, Prusa Mint's been on Amazon for a while, Michael. It is still often cheaper to buy Prusa Mint directly from the Prusa website if you order exactly 2 rolls. If you order more than 2 rolls or less than 2 rolls, the cost per roll is no longer as economical because of the shipping cost. But if you order exactly 2, it's usually cheaper than Amazon. All right, that's pretty cool. So here we go. Let's move this camera too. So this is the inside of the box. They have a nice like open source cutout there. Right up here, important, USB drive with firmware. See handbook for instructions. So we'll put that USB drive aside. Let me see if anything's written on it. No laser engraving, no kind of Prusa marking on the thumb drive, which looked like it was a perfect opportunity for it. So here we go. Congratulations on a brand new Prusa, and they recommend pages to visit. I've already downloaded and installed the brand new, oh, and then there's a Prusa cheat sheet here. I've already installed the brand new Prusa slicer, so I won't have to do that on the stream. What else do we have? Hey, Rocket Pet. How strong is the X-axis? Yeah, I'll check that out too. And oh, you're off today, lucky. You know, I don't think the first print will be a Marvin. My traditional first print is the Luby 3D, I think it's Adelina Dragon. However, for this stream today, just in the interest of time, I might do some of the smaller prints, such as maybe the whistle or the Prusa logo. So that's a tiny bag of gummy bears there. I hope that's enough gummy bears to make it through this manual. So here's the book. One side 3D printing handbook, and the other side is the assembly manual. So you just flip it over if you want to read the handbook or if you want to assemble. So that's pretty cool. Hey Mike, how's it going? I don't have the Ender 2 anymore. I do have an Ender 3, so I could do that possibly. It came with PLA, Galaxy Black, and Vanilla White. So I'll probably just use those. I did bring a roll of Prusa mint, but I'll probably just use up the samples. Let's see what else. Okay, we have the spool holder. This looks like just the plastic bits for it. We have accessories and spare parts. Kind of all in one there. I do see, I think that's the coupler for the Bowden tube. And some wrenches and some alcohol wipes. So that's pretty cool. And we'll explore these bags some more too. We have the spool holder again. This is just the bearings and the hardware for it. So, and yeah, I realize that backlighting sucks. We have a test printout. So this is the calibration test. Hot end heating measurement graph on that test printout. Heat at bed measurement graph. So it got to 100 degrees in 2 minutes and 25 seconds. And the hot end got to 250 in 1 minute 30. So that's pretty good. Let's see what else we have here. Some stickers. So Prusa started including stickers in the boxes now, which I like. That looks like it for the top layer there. Let's open this up. So right here we have a, I'm going to guess that's the textured sheet. It sure looks like the textured sheet. So we have that. Do not clean with acetone. This does not seem to want to lift out at all. This appears to be a control box, so let's lift around it. Let's see. Will that lift out? Yeah. We'll get rid of this whole section here. That's all gone. All right. So here is the spring steel sheet. It is sitting on the bed. It's kind of like magneted on there, stuck on there. But okay, so yeah, again, this is all kind of connected together. We have another little package here. Okay, so this is the LCD. And this might be a two-hand job. Let me see what we have here. Yeah, because this is kind of stuck. This is kind of stuck in here. All right, so that looks like the point for the LCD to connect, and it looks like there's some ribbing in there, so I guess when you adjust it, it will stick. We do have two connectors there. That's probably for the tower. Under here we have our motor. The plastic parts are stamped, I think it says R1, probably for revision 1. I don't know if I can get close enough, but and I can switch this camera back around too. I don't know, whatever you guys prefer really. So let me transition that back and I'll get you. That did not transition, did it? Come on, transition. Oh, I'm so sorry guys. So I get to see the scenes I'm on, and I thought I was on a different scene here. So let me do this transition. All right, that way when I transition back and forth, that won't keep popping up on you. I do apologize for that. This right here is a belt tensioner, it looks like. The belt already seems tensioned very well, but it does look adjustable. The connection for the bearings looks exactly like a Mark III. The bed, of course, is smaller. The magnets embedded into the bed look like how they did it for the Mark III. The motor assembly looks very similar to the Mark III as well. And the only, I guess a big difference here is the actual piece of the front and the back frame component are printed, where in the Mark III they are steel plates, cut steel plates. So let me set this down somewhere. I'm piling up a lot of different parts here. All right, let's see if I can pull this layer out maybe before I go back. All right, so that's not going to want to lift out, but let me show you. So I'm trying to lift this out, but it's kind of tucked in. I think I have to like unwrap a few things here. There is the PSU here, 24 volt PSU. It's just a separate box. It's kind of heavy. And we'll look at that too. All right. All right, I'm going to need 2 hands for this, so I will go ahead and transition back for you guys. So you can possibly see this come out. And try to get that off. Alright. Hold it by the tower. I was holding by the motor, that was probably bad. It does feel like a very firm connection here. These rods are really thick too. Much thicker than any of the rods on the Mark III. So I'm just carefully removing some of this foam padding here. I've never bought a fully assembled Mark III. I always build my own. So this might be very similar to how they kind of do the Mark III fully assembled version. So I guess it would go like that. Let's see. It'll stand up on its own somewhat. Yeah, looking good. 30-30. Yeah, I want to say it looks like 30-30. Let me go get a pair of calipers and let me also find a tape measure. And you guys can, I guess, look at this for a minute while I do that. It seems sturdy enough, or it doesn't seem like it's just going to tip on its own unless I bump it. So I'll just try to be careful there. But it does seem like it's 30-30. All right, so got the calipers. I mean, I shouldn't need to measure 30 millimeters, but it does absolutely seem like 30 mil. And it is. Yeah. So we have 30-30 extrusion here. I believe these rods are 10 mil. So I believe they're 10 mil. I think they published that online somewhere. Why is this thing not turning on now? All right, 0 it. So 5 mil rods there, which are thicker than the normal. Sorry about that. And the 3 mil rods for the X. So, and the lead screw here looks like a standard Prusa lead screw, but yeah, with the 2 rods and the extrusion holding this all up, it does seem very sturdy, I guess, in that direction there, compared to some of the other, like I did have a Ender 2 for a while, and it's just built different. All right, let's look at some of these parts in here, and I will, let me perhaps flip over. And you know, is this thing not working? You know what? This thing did. Okay. This thing has been broken for a while. I was thinking about that. I'm like 5 mil. Yes, they are 10 mil. I don't know what happens with this, but sometimes, and then 8 mil on the cross. I should have realized that that was definitely wrong there. It measured the 30-30 correctly, so I thought it was working, but I need to buy a new one. Hey, 3DP Garage. So I could wiggle a bit on the axis. I'd rather have it all built though, because you know, there's nothing really to hold it other than my hand, and then I won't really know. So the only other thing in there is some silica gel, but this is the control unit. It's quite small, and then you have a ribbon cable here. It does have the plastic sheeting on it, which appears to be tucked behind the plastic, so no big deal though. But yeah, pretty cool control unit. There's the back of it, and I can blow that up for you. Where did that go? Where did that go? I forget. All right, let's do that. So there's the back of the control unit there. Held in with 4 screws, and it's marked with the LDO, like serial number on it, or model number on it. I'm sorry about that. Serial number's below there. Couple chips on there, and then of course a little buzzer. I'm not going to take it out. I don't think anything's going to be on the other side other than the screen and the control knob. So we have the sheets, of course. Just realized I should grab a regular sheet so you can see how cute these are. But there's the sheet. My hand for some comparison there. But yeah, it's a nice little sheet there. We'll set that aside. And here's the smooth sheet. So the smooth sheet does have grid lines on it. Prusa typically will put 50mm marks on the sheets, and that can help you kind of see where things are going to print. Because I think even in the Prusa slicer, there are the same hash marks. So when you're aligning it, you'll kind of know where it's going to all print. We'll set that aside too. I don't know, do they have me assemble the, where's my mouse? Do they have me assemble the, whatchamacallit first? Nope, I assembled the spool holder last, it looks like. So I'm going to move the spool holder stuff aside, and we'll get to that later. Okay, so some accessories. I don't think we need the wrench for this assembly. The wrench is provided for future maintenance, so I don't think we need it for the assembly, but we'll see. Let's see what else is in here. Hey, Minnesota Maker. Sorry I missed your message there. Alright, so spare mini. So it looks like these couplers, these little brass things, help hold these PTFE tubes. And then some screws, 3 different screws, 2 brass couplers, and a PTFE insert for the hot end. So those are spare. I'll set those aside. So here's our tools. Comes with 1 wrench and 1 Allen key. Pretty simple there. I'm going to use my own tool. Little acupuncture needle for cleaning the nozzle, and some alcohol wipes for cleaning the bed. And then I guess, I mean, it says accessories, but I guess this is just all the parts you need to assemble this. So this should not take long. I read through these instructions and I thought like some of it was way over spelled out. I don't know, in my opinion. Watch me mess up though, and then realize that, hey, it wasn't spelled out enough. The other trick is they give you these filament samples. I don't think they give you a way to use them because the spool holder won't work with those. So, power cord, I'm just going to set that with the power box. Sorry for the loud noise. And yeah. This is the whole thing. It looks like 4 screws to assemble it. 1 screw is probably for the display, and the other 3 are for probably the connection here and here. So let's see what we have. All right, so step 4, because step 1 through 3 are just like, hey, we're here to help. It did come with an assembly manual. I'm using the online manual. Anytime you're assembling a Prusa, I recommend you use the online manual, because if somebody runs into a problem, they'll put something in the comments, and you might be running into a similar problem. So it will really help you to run through their manual online. Plus the pictures are bigger. So for this, we need the Y, Z axis, and the 3 screws, and the other screw. So there's 2 of the same size. So one of those you just want to set aside. It's for the display of it. All right. So the first thing we got to do for this assembly is rotate the axis up. And you do that by just turning the lead screw coming off the motor at the top here. Hey, Shom, how you doing? Hey, Dell's Logos. Thank you for joining my stream today. If you like what you're watching, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. I do a lot of live streaming and not too many kind of like scripted streams. So if I mess up, you get to see it live. All right, that might be enough, but you know, maybe we'll just go higher and higher. So at the bottom here, so the lead screw is held at the top. At the bottom, there is some playroom in there, and that's a good thing. You don't want the lead screw to be constrained on both ends, but they have accounted for that down there. So it is not held tightly down there. Okay, so I think we're up. This should be at least 3/4 of the printer site, so I think we're there. Release and remove the 2 M3 screws on the box with the electronics. So let me find the proper driver for that. Let me move maybe this aside for now. And it looks like we have a screw here. I'm looking for the other one. I'm not really seeing the other one. Oh, there's only one. I overread. All right, so this screw looks like it holds, oh, I did that off screen, I'm sorry. So, tilt, camera, tilt. So this screw here holds on this top cover there, which just kind of clamps the extruder wire. So that removes, and then this whole top just lifts right off. This part is marked F1. It's very interesting, and I also like the cool vents on it. Kind of reminds me of like a car or a airplane. So, when did I order my Mini? I ordered, I want to say probably 9:30 a.m. Saturday of the launch, Eastern time. So, as soon as I saw it, I had some money set aside for the for ERF because I was going to buy some filament and stuff. And then the Mini launched, and I said all my money is going here. Okay, so in here, there's that white connector there. I'm not sure what that's going to. There's a white connector in there. Right along the side here, there is a power connector. It looks like maybe a thermistor connector right in here too. The wires, of course, are kind of packed up tight in there. I see a few extra what look like motor connectors in here. So one is going to be for the Y. I'm trying to think of what the other one would be for. It's only 3-pin. It can't be a motor connector. And then we have a panel connector there. And then somewhere on the board is the new controversial breakaway. There it is. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to zoom into this with this little cheapy camera. Sorry for all the shaking. So right in there, you'll see something with a little orange exclamation mark right below those two big red plugs for the power switch. There's a little exclamation mark, and that breaks away. And you need to break it away if you want to load your own custom firmware. If you don't want to load custom firmware, you are fine. You don't have to do anything with that. Hi Benji, thanks for joining today. Yes, I'm going to Murph this year. I'm so excited. So if you're going to Murph, I'll see you there. I'll have a display set up. I sent them a message about it because it's not very clear about the Murph thing, but they didn't really get back to me on my question, so I'm just going to wing it. I think that's how Murph goes anyway. But yeah, I'll see you all there if you make it to Murph. Where were we? Okay, we removed the lid. Pull it toward the aluminum extrusion. Okay, cool. Connect the LCD cable. So, pretty simple there. Now this, I am holding it because I don't trust it, but it kind of wants to stay up on its own. I just don't like that. So I'll keep my hand very near it. But yeah, this whole thing, especially with it raised, it's just, it wants to just all tilt over. It's kind of rickety right now until we get everything else connected. So let's get this display cable in there. I don't know if there's an end. There's a notch on one side. Yes. The orientation doesn't matter for the display cable. It shouldn't. They don't do any twists or anything on the cable. What was it? The old hard drive cables had a twist in them? Or was it a floppy cable? I forget. It's kind of tight in this box. Let me show you where I'm trying to get to. So right in there, sorry for the lighting, but right in there you see the pins. That's where I have to get this cable. And so I have to hold the wires back. There is a notch on this cable here, and you just want it in the cutout of the connector. There we go. So we have that. I don't know if they meant for me to feed it through. It does say push it through the hole in the box. So I have to undo it, push it through this hole in the side, and then redo it. So it's kind of a tight fit to get it through this hole because there are connectors, there are things plugged in right there, which make it kind of close. And then of course I have to support the whole unit from falling over with my other hand, so you're kind of working with one hand here trying to get this through. I could set it down, but then I'll be setting it on wires. There we go. Just flex the container a little bit. All right, let's plug this in again. Let's try this one more time. And hopefully I won't screw it up this time. If you watched my video where I assemble the engravinator, you'll see I just kind of look at the pictures sometimes and don't read all the words. Whew, this is tight. Hey Sanity, how are you? Break that tab off. You know, I might. Although I've never loaded a custom firmware on any of my Prusas, I've not had the need. Hey, there's two comments here. Let's see what these comments are. So, when you're reading the directions, let me transition there real quick. Transition. All right. So when you're reading the instructions online, you'll see sometimes they have a little thing that says there's comments. You get to read what some people say. So I guess they're just saying watch out for the notch. Okay, so it's just somebody offering a correction for one of their instructions, and it looks like they fixed it. All right, protecting the LCD cable. So it looks like we need to lift this, and I'll switch back for you. I have a Stream Deck. I should be using it. I quit using the Stream Deck when I went over to StreamYards, but StreamYards kept giving me quality issues. And I don't know if it's just their service or just the way I'm doing it that had an issue, but this just wraps under like this, it looks like. And I don't know, they're kind of showing an arrow for the other side, but I don't see what they mean by that arrow. So anyway, carefully lay the YZ axis on the side, tilt back, get better. Okay. This is only a temporary solution. Yeah, and I'll look at the big picture, see what they mean. Okay, so they just want you to kind of like just tuck this in a little bit here or something, just to get it out of the way, and then you undo it later. So I'm not going to do that. All right, there are a total of 3 M3N nuts on the extrusion. The first, the longest on the right, will be used to connect both parts together using the M340 screw. So. So they also on their instructions that color code everything, which is really nice. Let me try to set this aside so we can look at the bed. This is just... Okay, that might work. Let's look at this bed. Yeah, if you take the tab off, you can lose your warranty. They're coming out with a developer program that can preserve your warranty. Again, I've not really had to do a custom firmware. I think you'd only really want to do a custom firmware. The primary reason would be you change your extruder to something else. So you need to kind of adjust a little bit of the numbers in there. Okay, and somebody wanted to know something about the length of these extrusions. So let me see if they're embedded in this plastic at all or if they're just flush. It might just be flush, so I can just measure it. So the measurement is about, and I say about because it's just a tape measure, 10 1/4 in length there. For the Z, it is 11 1/2. It's weird how it's working out. Oh wait, it's not 11 1/2 because I measured accidentally the box there. It's hard to get in there. It is, so it's no longer nice and neat. It's 11 and what would that be, like 5/16? 11 and 5/16 on the length of the Z. The length of the Y extrusion, yeah. So the Y was 10 1/4. And the Z was 11 3/16. And I'm sorry I don't have a metric tape measure here. I don't know the math here. So, and depending on how steady I hold this, it might even be just a smidge more than 5/16. Okay. Should be is always a big word. Yeah, I wish I had a metric tape measure. Oh well. Okay, so we have in here, these are our nuts here. So we have one on the top and 2 on the side. Now, what's really weird is it says the first and longest on the right will be used to connect both parts together So it says the M3 nut is the longest, but they're all the same size to me. It says the longest on the right will be used to connect both parts together. It's not the longest, unless you guys see something there that looks longer. No more new printers for a while. Oh no. My tape measure has metric on it? Does it? I don't think so. I'm not sure what those other numbers are. That's not metric. I think that's something to do with carpentry, because it's essentially the other numbers are exactly half the first numbers, but there's no metric on this, unfortunately. So I can yeah, my calipers aren't long enough for it. I can see if I have another ruler somewhere or something that has metric. I do have a couple different rulers I can try to find. Okay, so anyway, I don't know why it says the first and the longest. I think they're talking about the screw, but then they mention the actual screw size. So it's kind of confusing because these nuts are exactly the same in my opinion, but it's just very confusing how they do it. Thankfully, their diagram is pretty good here. So there's going to be an alignment here. Direct contact. Make sure the first nut fits inside the clamp. What clamp? Oh, I see. All right. So, if there is that clamp, let me see here. So, right here. Right there, I think they're calling these clamps. These two like notches. So the nut is supposed to, the actual nut is supposed to fit inside that notch, or in between those notches. So let's see what we have here. And I can switch to the other view real quick for you. So just holding it up here, looking at it, kind of weird. Oh, I see. Okay. So it's going to go somewhere along those lines there. I see what's going on. I'll use this little poker here to kind of help get some of these aligned, but it looks like one of these screws here, it might be this one, goes all the way through this. So it's a really deep hole, if I'm reading this right. So this first hole here is really deep because it actually travels all the way through this printed part, I guess over to the other side, all the way the distance of the board. No, don't want to break your wire. It doesn't want to come out the other side. I hope I have the right hole. Just does not want to come out of the other side here. This is the hole they're pointing to, right? It's probably why they said secure that wire, because this hole isn't coming through. Okay, I got it through finally. Alright, so I guess the very important part here is to make sure that this is lining up with the clamp. It should be somewhat kind of self-centering or self-guiding, but just trying to get this in place here. This is kind of like a very blind feel here, because you can't see really in there at all. I think I got it. Alright, let me loosen it up a little bit. Yeah, you can't see in there at all, and then because of those clamps, you absolutely can't really see anything you're doing in there. But after you're done doing that, if you want to keep it loose, of course, but if you slide it, you should absolutely see this screw or this nut be forward, and that's how you know you got the right nut. If it doesn't slide forward, or if it's if you screw it into the wrong one, you won't get a nut if you slide it back like that. And I want to just kind of try to align these other nuts. Where'd my screws go? The second longest screw. So I think they should just use the word screw, the second longest screw, because right now it's implying that they mean the nut, but it's not the nut. It's the second longest screw. And what we're doing is we're just kind of trying to feel for that and get that on there. And I'm not going to tighten that down again because I want to make sure I get this last one going too. And then the last one, of course, is going right on the top here. I bent the leg. All right, what's going on with the your old monster going? Nice, Sean. The SKR1 Pro. Nice. Yeah, I've been wanting to play with some of those other boards. I have a Duet I barely play with right now. So right now, just trying to get this last one to kind of get started before I start tightening everything down. So sorry, you're just staring at an extrusion there. So getting this last one going. So I have one in here, and I have the really long one in here. I had to put a little pressure on there to get it to bust through. I don't know, maybe there was just some string in there or something. So nothing's tight yet. Okay, let's see. Joining the parts together. Oh, first let's prepare the assembly. Move the heat bed all the way to the right. Place the M3, and I guess instead of to the right, just move all the way to the back. Place the M3 nut approximately in the middle of the extrusion length, but make sure it's not under the heat bed structure. Move both parts together. Try fitting the clamp assembly directly on the M3 nut, etc., etc. Do not tighten the screws fully yet. Okay, so I think I'm just kind of way ahead right now because they really spell out each screw, and there's only 3. Take the second one. Get that together. Don't fully tighten yet. Okay. And then the next one, get the top one. Don't tighten it yet. Okay. Now we have to align it. All right, so aligning it. Rotate the back of the printer toward you and push the heat bed all the way to the front. All right, so let's do this. So yeah, they really spell out like every little screw on these instructions. So we're going to try to lift all this. It's not really tight right now, so I don't want to put too much pressure anywhere. And we're going to slide this all the way forward. All right. And we want to slide this back. Just kind of seeing where I'm at right now. All right. There is a notch which indicates the correct mutual position of both parts. So they're talking about some sort of notch in here. Let me see if I can get a better view of it in the instructions here. And I'll try to show maybe the desktop for that. So there's a viewing notch they're talking about right here. Let's see, does the mouse get big? No, it's too difficult. And they're trying to get me to align it. So, do they talk about that at all? No. Once the parts are aligned, tighten all screws. So let me try to zoom this even more, because I see the notch, I see kind of what they're saying, but it doesn't, oh, that's not the notch. They're talking about this notch. Thank goodness you can zoom in on these pictures. So they're showing a little window here, which makes you think they're talking about a notch, but there's a little notch right here. So you just want to slide this all the way back until that notch is, I guess, pressed up against the plastic here. So that's what they're talking about. Yeah, I'm just trying to make that as tight as possible, and let me switch that back. And That's not the one I want. I want this one. All right. So yeah, this notch right here, you just want it against this plastic here, and then you want to start tightening things up. Now I wonder if they tell me to tighten this in any sort of way. I'm gonna hit the escape key. Escape. Maybe escape was the wrong button there. Okay, first tighten the top screw. So I am lined up with the notch. With the bed all the way forward, it's a little bit tricky to get to this top screw. It's weird they want this top screw first though, because I would think you'd want these parts nicely sandwiched before you tighten that top screw. Second, the M40 screw on the side. So the really long one with the deep hole is the second one you want to do. And the third one is this other one on the side. And hopefully with all these tight, I'll just double check this one. And I'll double check the top one. Hopefully that makes our structure. Yeah, so when I, let me try to back this up. So we're asking about stability here. So when I push on this, I do see a wiggle there, but the whole structure is wiggling too. So even the bed's moving with this. So even if there is a little bit of flex there, trying to figure out if there's a difference. Yeah, it's moving the whole structure. So even the bed's moving with this. So even though that appears to be wiggling, I don't even know if that's appearing to wiggle on screen, but even though this appears to be wiggling, and I'll try to get another angle here, the whole structure is kind of moving with it. So yeah. Hey Sean, how are you doing? All right, final tightening. Cool. Haribo time. Arrange your bears in a similar pattern as this. You know, Prusa, I don't know if there's enough bears in this package to match that pattern. Especially if exact dosage is absolutely critical. I found they got a little bit more humorous in the instructions on this one than they are in the Mark III instructions. Have you seen the, and I guess it shouldn't be on this part of the bed, but I don't care. Okay. What I want to look at here is, are there enough bears to make a pattern like that, which is 10 bears? There are not 10 bears. Okay, I'm going to need a new mini. That's not 10 bears in there. Yeah. Not enough bears to make the pattern. Okay. And they're much harder than the real ones. I mean, I guess they're real, but you know what I mean. Listen to those. These are some hard bears. Okay. Yeah, I'm excited. You know, I didn't order the second it was announced, which made me nervous. I figured the whole internet would jump on it, but they didn't. So I got lucky. Okay, so this last part of this assembly, so to speak. So they want us to tilt the printer on the side. Place the LCD in the holder. There's a notch. Blah, blah, blah. Use an M3 screw. I don't know why they want it tilted on the side. I don't see, I guess, what the purpose of tilting this whole printer over for, just to put a screw into the LCD. But let's just say, okay, well, that's our LCD. Where'd the screw go? Here it is. So to make this easier, perhaps, I'm just going to hold the LCD, put the screw in, get it through that hole. It does not want to go, really. And get it into that hole. I probably shouldn't have removed the protective screen because I just put fingerprints. Oh wait, it's a touch screen. I'm going to put fingerprints. No, it's not a touch screen, is it? I'm going to put fingerprints nowhere near it. So anyway, I have fingerprints on it now because I removed that plastic film. All right. To make many words out of it. 9 is okay, but now I only have 8 because I ate one. It's just funny that they have that specific pattern and they're like, it's critical, and then they don't give you 10 gummy bears. Okay. All right, so basically at this point, we plug our cable in. Again, the cable has, I guess, a certain way about it, so we'll just do it the right way. Let's see. So it's right back there. Gently insert the cable. And then what they talk about is tucking the cable into the extrusion. So I guess for that part you do have to tilt the whole printer. I just don't want to put any pressure anywhere. So they're talking about getting this cable tucked into this extrusion, but it's really, well, first of all, it's not a lot of cable. So we'll see what we can do here. I'm sorry, you're off screen. So it's just, when you try to tuck it in, especially if you're going to fold it in or anything else like that, to get to that 30-30 extrusion, it's like you need just a little bit more cable. I know, thank you, troll. I have horrible camera angles. I apologize. So this is just, like I said, this cable is just not quite long enough to fully hide it. But that's going to work. That's fine. All right. So what I should do is, because I just started digging into it, I should check my camera angle every time I do something. I apologize. I'm going to improve. So let's do this. Let's rotate the printer. And they want this stuff hooked up. So let's check my camera angle here. Take the motor cable labeled Y and push it through the hole. So what they're talking about is right back here. There's a hole here. I hope they don't want that for the power cable, because that power cable's not going to fit. They want this motor cable back here. So the motor cable's tucked into the extrusion and it's got a little rubber band on it. And they want it to be run underneath the printer. So let me get this rubber band off first. Yeah, there is, on this printer, there is one extrusion clip. I think just one. So right along this front face has a filler. All right, let's get this pulled out and under. All right, there is a foot right there, so you want to, I guess, be on the farther side of the foot. You don't want to run the cable directly under the foot, or you're going to be putting pressure on it, and you'll probably be uneven, etc. And we want to just go ahead and get this through. All right, and they want us to plug it in. Let's look here. They want it plugged in right there. So we're just going to push it and hope it clicks. I'm just trying to get the thing to start. There we go. I don't have a click yet. Come on, click. Ah. So there we go. It is pushed in there. And they want the wire to be kind of tucked on the along the side of the box here. It wants to pop up on me. Okay. Connecting the Y-axis thermistor and heater. Take the cable bundle from the heat bed, guide it to the box from the top. There is no dedicated hole, and connect the individual cables to the board. Okay, so we saw these connectors earlier anyway. So in here, that's our thermistor connector way behind there, and then the other one is our power connector. So let's do the thermistor first because that's going to be the easier one to get to. And it looks like there is a little notch on the connector to kind of make sure you orient it the right way. And that's what we want to just make sure we have. You can look at the other thermistor that's plugged in because you're orientating it the same way. There we go, we got a nice click. Awesome. And then this connector, there are, again, it's shaped. Very typical. This is more, I believe the Mark II had these type of connectors, right? The Mark III is screw connectors, right? So, so this is more how the Mark II was with the connectors. All right, and that looks like it. So then they say to kind of like guide these wires toward the back, and I think what's happening is we're just meeting up with this bundle of wire there. All right, filament sensor is optional. I do not have it, and that is probably what that connector is in there. I did not buy the filament sensor. So we are skipping that part. It looks like you connect it the same way and you route it around the edge of the box if you did get the filament sensor. Pretty easy. Covering, sweet, you get a cover. So when you're covering it, you want to, there's two tabs down here. Let me get really, really close there. There's two tabs on the cover, and you just want to tuck them into the holes that are made for them. There we go. And slowly, we want to lower this cover and make sure that we're not catching anything there. If you feel like an extreme amount of pressure, sorry about the camera angle, I'm working on it. If you feel a whole bunch of pressure here, like I have a little bit of springiness, but if you get too much pressure, you open it back up, make sure your cables are tucked the right way and none are interfering, etc. So the thermistor cable is quite a bit longer than the heater cable. So, all right. Let's see. So it looks like we're putting this piece on. And so this piece has kind of like 3 notches in it. It has this notch, which is for your filament sensor. It has this notch, which is for the main bundle going to the extruder and hot end. And then it has this notch here, which is kind of like coming out the side. This is for your hotbed cables. So these are going to fold back on it like that. Let me try to move the camera angle a little bit closer for you guys. And get that around there. I don't have to worry about my the filament sensor, so I don't have yet another to worry about. And it looks like it just kind of all goes like that, and we screw it in perhaps, if I can find the hole. Hey, Maker Jake, how are you? All right. That's it. Those are the instructions. So that took a really long time just to say plug in these or screw in these screws and plug in these wires. So, all right, we're on the spool holder assembly, so I'm going to move this whole thing aside a little bit. I don't have much room with camera angles, and I'm going to grab the spool holder stuff. So we have that. We have that. I've been using this style of spool holder for a while. I've never used the one with the connecting rods. I just usually do two free units, and then I just put them where I need them. They usually don't fall over. But these look fancier. So these have these connecting rods that look like they go in here somehow. Maybe it's like that. So I don't know. They might be more hassle than they're worth. The rails. So mini rail spool holder. And then in the other bag we have some feet. We do have a bunch of bearings and screws and whatnot. There's more screws for the spool holder and more parts for the spool holder than the printer. So that's always fun, right? Okay, continues. Please prepare the anti-vibration pads. Okay, I'm not sure what they mean by prepare them. This is kind of funny. I don't know what they mean by prepare these, but they say please prepare these, and then the very next step you would think, well, if I'm preparing them, I'm putting them on there, but they're not. It's not the next step. It's probably a couple steps down. So take two of the base parts and insert the M3 nuts. So I'm not sure where I'm inserting these. Oh, I see. So in here, they want the nuts inserted. Okay, so one side is round, and one side actually has a hexagon cut out of it. Now, they don't really mention this here, I don't think, but you can use a screw to kind of help guide it in, and if you want it to, which they also mention, you can do a screw from the other side and pull it tight if you need to. So we're just going to go through and put all these nuts in. They tell you to do it once, and then they tell you to repeat the whole thing again. I'd rather just do it all at once here. Oh yeah. The injection molded or blow molded spool holders for the MMU2, right? I actually, so for my MMU2, I actually use the very original MMU1 spool holders. I like them better. And I don't have any problems. I don't have any, like when it retracts, it doesn't really cause any jams or anything because it doesn't go back on the spool. Okay. Flip one base part, insert two bearings. So we'll just do this twice. I think these are all the same, right? And I guess they're going to say flip this over and put it together. And that's it. Now they want us to use the M3 12 screws. So there's two size screws in the package, and they want us to use the longer one. So in case you don't have a way to measure or anything else, but they also include the size chart for you if you need it. But it's just the longer one. All right. That's interesting. It does not take too many turns at all to reach that nut. I think it might just be 2 or 3 threads that get turned into that nut. And I say that and it looks like I'm turning a lot, but I think I'm just pulling the nut tight. And then you just want to check to make sure your bearings will roll. Cool. Flip this one. All right. Adding the rails. So you add the rails with these grooves face up, and I think the grooves are for a locking position or something on it. And it looks like you just put in screws to secure it. So I might secure one side and then leave the other side unsecured or something, or maybe just get a little friction there. I don't want to have to unscrew this every time I want to change spools. So this screw is causing the holder to separate. Probably because of the way they designed it. They probably made the hole smaller so the screw would bite into it because you're not using any nuts. And because of that, it is causing it to separate there. I don't know. Probably went too far too. So it does feel tight. Back this one off a little bit. Yeah. And then this last one, like I said, I'm just going to give it a little bit of just a little bit of tension. Are we ready to boot this thing up yet? I think I'm ready. It's still too much tension. Yeah, I'm done playing with these screws. But having one screw there at least keeps it from sliding off the base. So let me loosen just a little bit more. Cool. As I said, oh, there's probably the stupid feed I was supposed to prepare. Yeah, so you prepare this in like step 24, and then the step 32 is when you actually use it. Break out the 4 pads, peel off film, attach the pad to the bottom. So. Hey, John Mack, how you doing? Print a baby Yoda. Yeah, that would be cool. Sholm, are you still here? Are we doing a stream tonight on your channel? All right. Cool. Yep, anti-slip. Okay. Eat more Haribo. Cool. We need the power supply. So here we go. Standard power cord here. Typical computer power cord. Pretty long. It might be the same thing just used on the Mark III. Okay, and then the actual power brick. It's a Meanwell. So let's look at this thing. Meanwell GST 160A24 R7B. So it's 160 amps. I'm going to guess that's what that means. Nope, 160 watts, not amps. Amps would be ridiculous. Sorry about that. So it's 160 watts power supply, and the connecting end, which I'm not a fan of these. I really prefer the barrel connectors. But the connecting end is one of like these DIN things, which is just, I don't know. It's just a pain. It's very directional. All right, so let's plug this in. There are some rubber pads on the power supply, so it should sit nicely on a desk without slipping. Yeah, we won't do a textured bed right now. Let's go ahead and try to move this printer. Get rid of this screw. All right. Oh, wrong way. Throw the bed on there. So it does have quite a magnetic force. And there you go. You fell over. All right. Let's go ahead and plug this in too. Now I'm probably doing this the hard way. One second. Let me switch all this around, because this is definitely going the hard way. I don't need the screwdriver anymore. I don't need that stuff anymore. All right. Here we go. That's it. We're plugged in. Should be a big switch on the side. I don't know if I should do anything else to power up or check anything. I don't see any packing tape. Let's turn it on. Now, this USB says it has firmware. They said they delayed it for firmware. All right. Hi, this is your original Prusa Mini. Please insert the USB drive that came with your Mini and reset the printer to flash the firmware. They force you to flash. Yeah, so again, like I said, you want me to push here, right? But like I said, the whole thing is moving with this. It is not... it's not just that axis that's moving, although it looks like it's moving. It's the whole thing is moving. Let me see if I can show you. Yeah, the camera doesn't capture the motion very well. So, yeah, the color screen looks great, doesn't it? So, there's the thumb drive. Bright and shiny. Kind of lightweight. Doesn't feel like they put a whole lot of megabytes in it. And I can't see the port for this. Let me try to feel around for a port. I think that's the port. Okay, and reset the printer. So on the control screen, there is the typical reset button. So we'll push that. And we'll watch this firmware process. So new firmware version 4.0.0 final is available, waiting 23 seconds. So I guess it's going to do it automatically. And you can highlight flash or skip. I'm going to assume the white means it's highlighted. Sorry, it's not very clear, but I'm going to assume that means that's highlighted. It's just not very clear. So I'm going to say flash, and it says flashing. Oh, thank you, John. When it was being delivered, the thing said signature required. The guy didn't ask for a signature. I think he was actually just going to leave it on my step, which is fine because there's a lot of stuff that's on my step. I never have had anything stolen. Okay, welcome to the original Prusa Mini. Would you like to continue? We'll say yes. So again, the white means it is selected. Is filament sensor connected? No, we don't have a filament sensor. The status bar at the bottom of the screen, it contains information about nozzle temp, heat bed temp, printing speed, z-axis height, and selected filament. So it contains information about the selected filament, which is interesting. I wonder what that means. So somebody brought up that there was an antenna connector on the board. 1 second, guys. Somebody brought up there's an antenna connector on the board, and what they're thinking is RFID sensors in the Prusa filament, maybe. But that's just speculation. So, yeah, the heat bed says it's 35 degrees. The hot end says it's 20 degrees. It's weird though. Okay, we're gonna hit next. All right, press next to run the self-test, which checks for potential issues related to the assembly. Next. So it's doing a fan test. Oop, there goes something. Let me get that up for you. Okay. Checking the heaters. So it's checking both the hot end and the heat bed. Hey Brian, how you doing? Yep, I'm Mini. Alright, y'all want to see Doggo? Alright. Come on. Had to catch the booger. Oh. Let's look at pup. Here's our pup. Hey pup. Alright, that's enough pup. Let's get back to the printer. Oh. Sorry, Rocket Pat. Yeah, he gets really excited when he wants to go outside. He just starts barking his little brains out or whatever. Okay. So still checking the heaters. That's interesting. So it looks like it's turned off the hot end heater, but it's still running the bed heater. The bed, it's trying to heat to 100 degrees, and it's at 56 right now. And it feels about 56. Now it's at 58. The power supply doesn't feel hot at all. The fan on the hot end, oh, it's all done. Okay. So it looks like it's turned off the heat bed, and it's turned off the hot end. So it only waited till it got to 60 degrees. All right. First layer calibration. To calibrate with currently loaded filament, press next. To load filament, press load. To change filament, press unload. All right, so during this, it just started heating up that bed again, although it just turned it off after the self-test. So the bed's heating up again, and it looks like the hot end's heating up again. Now, they did give me samples of filament, but they didn't give me a way of using the samples of filament. So I'm going to use some Galaxy, I think is what it is. So, Prusa Galaxy Black. And if I can find where I put the end. Where is the end of this? Oh, there it is. I tucked it exactly back into the little side holder that it has. All right, so we will, I think we got to close this down just a little bit. And I need to get rid of some of those things too. And actually I want to feed it upside down because we're going up into the tube. So the tube's over here. Sorry, I know my hand's in the way. So the tube's here, and I just started kind of feeding it in there. I don't know if that's the right way. And then I just felt it stop. So I'm going to assume I'm at the extruder gear. So let's go to load on the menu. And when I press load, I'm going to kind of give it a press up there. Oh, it's asking me what filament. We'll pick PLA. All right, it's parking. So parking must mean it's moving up. I don't feel it grabbing the filament at all. So it says loading filament. Press continue. Oh, okay. So I don't know why it shows you a 33% done, which implies it's turning the motor, but no, it wants you to press continue. Now it says it's inserting. Ah, that's a loud noise. It's not pulling it though. Oh, it was purging. No, it didn't pull anything in. All right, flip your filament roll the other way around. Really? Or was that before? I mean, I don't care really. But it's not taking it. Is color correct? We'll say no, but if I can't get it to feed in, I don't see what it's going to do. Yeah. It says loading filament. It's not feeding it at all, guys. I'm going to try to force it into the gears. Wow. Now let's calibrate. So it only asks you if it's okay once, and then it just goes ahead. So I don't want to do this calibration yet because I don't have the filament properly loaded. I don't see a way around this other than to reset the printer. All right, I'm going to reset. Okay, cool. It asks if I want to start the first layer calibration again. All right, let's load filament, PLA. It went up in Z again. And it says press continue and push filament into the extruder. Now I gave it a really good push to force it into the gears, and it looks like it's taking this time. So there it goes. And it should start coming out of the hot end here. And we have some filament. Okay. Is the color correct? Yep. I want to touch that screen so bad. Now let's calibrate the distance with the tip of the nozzle and this sheet. Yep. In the next step, to use the knob to adjust the nozzle height. Yep. Okay, once the printing starts, extruding plastic, adjust the nozzle. And I'll show you guys how I do this, because I do it a little bit differently than some other people. Or I assume I do. And I assume this routine is going to be the same as the Mark III. I think it only does 4-point calibration though. So the motor was turning. I had to really force it into the gears. The gears weren't taking the filament. I had to force it into the gears. Or is it just a single gear in here? Either way. It's very quiet. I am getting some little drool of filament on the bed. So a 4x4 grid. All right, I'm way too high there. Look at that squiggle. That's way, 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 way too high. So I'm going to turn it till we get somewhat close. I'm at negative 0.6. Still not there yet. I'm at negative 0.85 and still not there yet. Okay, it's starting to stick. I'm at negative 0.98. I'm at 1 now. I'm still not quite there yet. We might do this a second time. This is not the texture sheet, but I do have the texture sheet over here. Yeah, so I'm going to let this finish up. We'll look at the output from this little patch it's doing, but I think it needs to get a little bit lower. I just need more space to do it. Oh, it doesn't bring the bed forward for me. Do you want to repeat the last step and readjust the distance between the nozzle and the heat bed? So I do want to repeat the step. I don't know if they intend for me to remove this stuff now or if they tell me. Yeah. So this didn't hold together at all because there's just no squish. So if you have that, you know it's too far. Hey, Mr. Butchram. All right. Eric, it did not offer that. Clean the steel sheet. Yes, yes, yes. Do you want to use the last set value? Yes. If you say no, you start back over at 0, but we want to start with where I stopped and try again. So, yeah, so we're doing it again. Yeah, just a guess? Husheng, you seem to know a little bit. I'm so used to the XYZ starting in the left corner, not the right corner. The measurement. Yeah, the clicking sound bothers me too. 3D Printing Garage. Oh. The cooling fan hit the hotbed wire in that location, which is interesting. All right, so I'm getting a better squish here.
Sorry.
I don't think it's still quite there yet, but because yeah, obviously it's not because the final result was really off. So I'm gonna go to like the negative 1.2 area, or yeah, negative 1.2. All right, so what I do with these tests is I kind of get it with my finger and see how easy it is to break it off. So if it's too easy to push it off, you know that you haven't done it right. So that's sticking pretty well. You should still be able to break it free, but let's see here, I'll show you. So we just do that and see, okay, how well is this stuff sticking if we strike it with our fingernail. And believe it or not, that usually works very well for me for just figuring out where it's supposed to be, because you want it to break free, but you don't want it too loose or anything like that. So that's negative 1.2, and you know, maybe we can go to like the negative 1.22, but I'll probably leave it here for now, and go on to a first print maybe. Let's see what the menu does when it's done. Yeah, it's very quiet, but when it's detecting the ends and it makes that loud clicking noise, that really bothers me. All right, let's look at this. All right. So it does want to separate still too much for me, my legs. So I might go a little bit more, but I'll do that on the first print. So I'm going to say I don't want to repeat. All right, look at that. So it's telling me right here I can print this nut in 1 hour 31 minutes in PLA. I don't know why it took me right into this nut. So I have a filament option, and I have, like, I can just purge, unload, and load. Preheat option, and right now I'm not preheated, but I'll preheat to PLA since I know that's what I'm using. Calibration options, we have the wizard, we have Z offset, auto home, mesh bed leveling, self test, and first layer calibration. Now mesh bed leveling, okay, it just looks like it just does a level. In the Mark III, if you go to the mesh bed leveling, you can change if you want to do the 3x3 or the 7x7. I was wondering, split it to the second layer and print that. Yeah. Black Moon, I don't even think there's an XYZ on this. And the fan hit the heat bed cable again too on the back there. So I'll show you this. When this is moving over here, this fan, this little screw bit keeps knocking that cable. I don't know if that's going to lead to anything at all, but it's interesting. All right, so if I go to the calibration menu, I don't think there's an XYZ. There's a wizard, which we had to go through the wizard. There's Z offset, auto home, mesh bed, self test, and first layer. There is no XYZ. In fact, well, yeah, there are the 3 points on the bed. So there are the sensor spots for XYZ, but it's just not in the menu. Maybe it'll come later. Settings, let's see what's under settings here. We have temperature, move axis, disable steppers, factory reset, filament sensor is off, timeout is on. So let's go back. And then we have an info. We have a system info. That's all that's there. Can't really do anything else. It doesn't tell you a version number or anything like that. It just tells you some display test and 0 CPU load. And then there's version info, and that tells you your firmware version, your bootloader version, and which board you have. And we'll return there. Return there. Let's go to print, and so we have a nut, we have a screw, we have a sheep, tree frog, we have buddy, we have benchy, the whistle, and the little Prusa sign. So maybe we'll do the whistle. So yeah, it does not have an XY calibration at this point. The marks are on the bed, which imply that they could add it if they feel it's necessary. Okay, so I'm on the whistle. You can see the 3D file up there. You can't do any rotations or anything. I think what happens now, I was reading the changelog to the slicer. The slicer puts an image in there. It's not actually interpreting the G code or anything. it just puts an image in there for the Mini to use. So we'll go ahead and say print. So this 200 millimeter layer height, I don't know what it's saying right now. Oh, it's trying to cool the hot end down to 170, which is weird. And it is leaving the bed at 60, but it's trying to cool the hot end down to 170. Hey Paul, how are you doing? Thanks for joining today. If you guys have any other questions about this unit that I can measure or check for you or anything else, let me know. So this is weird. These screws kind of stick out here. They look like they tension on the rod. I'm not going to turn it, but it looks like it tensions on the rod there. And they're just kind of like protruding from the end of this, weirdly. Let's look at this. I do like the whole hot end design with how narrow they made everything look. It looks really sleek. So that's really cool. As I said, it does have the belt tensioner on it, which is really neat. And it says the original Prusa Mini on the front here. I know that's going to be very hard to show you with this camera probably. So it says original Prusa Mini right there. We do have a little warning sticker up there. And of course the Z motor up there. These are not quick connects. These are actual, I guess, I don't know what they call those, but I guess this Bowden tube is not going to move with these connectors. I'm thinking that's why they didn't use the quick connects. Because those quick connects, if you do it wrong, you can get some wiggle. And let's see this thing print. Now when it's printing on a Mark III, if you long hold the button, it will let you go into the Z calibration. I'll long hold the button and see if that works. No. But in the settings, I can go and do the live adjust. And I'm going to go to the 222 or something along those lines, although I think it needs even more than that. Yeah, it's looking good. 238, we'll try that, lock that in. So, can you print the parts again? So I guess the question is, will these 3D printed parts be able to fit on a Mini? Can the Mini print itself? Let me find my tape measure. Where did I put that thing? So the biggest parts look like these extrusions here at the bottom, or not extrusions, but these front plates and back plates look like the biggest part. It is exactly, or almost exactly 7 inches. So that should fit. The back looks shorter. The back is about 6 5/8. So this one should fit, and even then you could rotate if you needed to, but that should fit. And yes, so you could print all the parts for the Mini, all the printed parts for the Mini on the Mini.
Maybe at the 4-way, try to go by the
14th, oh my goodness. Yeah, I feel sorry for you. Everything got delayed, it looked like. You know, it was originally, I think, supposed to start shipping the end of November. I think when I ordered it, one of the Prusa guys told me that they actually had like most of the parts in stock for a certain number of printers. So I was surprised that there was a delay at the end of November, because in October, if you have most of the parts in stock, it's just, yeah, it's surprising. But I have a feeling it was a big rush on the software side. I have a feeling that's what was holding up. They wanted final stuff, final tweaks on that, which is why they force you to load firmware when you first get it, because they wanted to be able to drop firmware last, just into every box, just throw in firmware, and then close it up. Yeah, because that USB drive, if you remember, was at the very top of the packaging. So they leave the box open. Once they're ready, they slap the thumb drive in there and tape it down or whatever, and then they close it up and you're done. Are you the guy on Reddit that said, yes, I am the guy on Reddit. HDR20 films. Yeah, I think on the Prusa sub, I don't think I identify myself really that way, but on the 3D printing sub, I do have my URL in my Flare. So, not my YouTube URL, but my website URL. How tall can you print? This thing can print 7 by 7 by 7 inches, or if you're a metric guy, 180 by 180 by 180. So it's pretty good. I mean, if you think about like the original rep wraps, most of those were 200 by 200 by 200. So from an original type of rep wrap printer, or the original, like the really old kind of homemade printers, everybody was using these 8-inch boards. So really, you're not losing much from those days, you know. Newer printers these days are just gigantic. I mean, they're all going into the 250s, 300s, and up. But the 180 by 180 you can do a lot with. They don't want it to blob on the heat bed during probing. Yeah, that, you know what, Eric, that's probably it. Oh, what's his name? Chris, I think, has some profiles for the Mark III, and in his profile, I believe it does two things. One, it moves close to the bed while it's heating to kind of warm up the film or the Pinda probe. And then the other thing he does is, I believe he keeps that temperature a little bit lower to avoid that same sort of blobbing. And maybe they're taking some of those ideas, which is cool. I mean, his profiles are good. I still just go back to stock though. And I've started making some of my own little profiles. I'm trying to make a profile that will print, it'll print most things 2 times faster than the stock speed profile. But still look decent. I wonder what happens. Can we turn the speed up here? So right now we have the speed at 100. For the heck of it, let's go to 200. All right, we're at 200 now. And let's go back to the main view here. So on the main view, we see we're at 19%. We're printing the whistle. We do have our controls. We have our settings, our pause, and our stop. Runtime is 13 minutes, and or remaining time is 13 minutes. I'm sorry, and printing time right now is 8 minutes. The fonts are kind of small, but that's okay. Because they have all this new 32-bitness. I'm expecting that they might even have options where you can say I want larger fonts or something, where you could pick maybe an alternate layout that has a easier to read view. The other thing I want to do, let's pause it. Let's see if it'll pause and resume. The stepper noise is very good, very quiet. When it's homing, it makes a kind of like a, it sounds like a crack when it hits the ends for the x-axis. It sounds like it's cracking. There's no evidence of it cracking, but all right, let's pause this. All right, so it paused. We can inspect it if we want it to. It's looking good. Let's see if we can resume and see what happens. It is not a touchscreen. So the back fan is a little bit loud. you know, the part cooling fan. The other fan, I don't think it's a Noctua, because Noctua usually have like these little rubber gaskets on them or something. So I don't think that's a Noctua at all. I'll have to stop it to see if I can read anything on it, but usually the label's on the inside. Let's look at that end. That end's pretty cool there. I like the cutout design there. Let's see what else. So it's interesting how this looks like it plugs together. The holder itself looks like a very long arm held with one screw to hold that pinda on. Or actually, they're calling it a minda. Does anybody on the stream? I haven't looked it up yet. Crash test. Okay, so yeah, I'll try a crash test. What the heck? So typically to do a crash test, you want to grab the rod and let it hit. So it didn't seem like it detected anything. Yeah, it's not detecting anything. So now we're off, obviously, and we'll stop the print. Yeah, so it lost position there, so it overhit over here. So it looks like, although it does use sensorless homing, it is not watching for crashes. I don't think there is anything in the settings. Let me double check. Temperature, move axis, disable steppers, filament sensor, and timeout. So we can check under move axis. No. Yeah, there's no setting for crash test. Turned a quarter turn like that. Looks, yeah, I like how they did the steppers. I also like how they are mirrored. So the steppers have that mirror effect. Oh, they got my camera wire. Oof. Almost got through the camera wire. Okay. So the steppers look mirrored here. The one for the extruder looks bigger. Let's see if there's any markings that kind of say. No, they don't tell you the power or anything. But the one for the extruder looks bigger. I do have calipers. And then I like how the hot end itself is kind of like mirrored on both sides too. So this one is 38.66 millimeters. Let me make sure this is working right. Yeah, that's 38.66. And then this one is roughly, I'm not going to be able to get it in there, but it's roughly, no, it's the same. Okay, it's optical illusion for me. Could be my angle of seating. Yeah, they're the same. But yeah, I like how they're turned. I like how everything seems to be mirrored on both sides. It looks kind of like counterbalanced. The steppers are nice. This one's angled too, and I guess they did that for flare because there's not really, well, I guess there is a reason they had to angle it. They had to angle this one because these rods would be in the way of the screw. So, looks really good. Again, pushing on the end, it does have a flex, but it seems to also move the bed with it, so it all feels very connected. I know you can't see the movement very well. The camera doesn't pick up the movement very well. But let's go ahead and print again here. Let's do whistle, print. All right. So as I was asking, does anybody know what's different about the Minda to the Pinda? Oh, it's okay, Rocket Pat. I wanted to know too. I don't think they've talked about anything. I don't know if they have power loss. Should we check power loss after the print starts? So they haven't talked about power loss or anything like that either that I've seen. So we could see if it does anything for that. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else there might be. Thanks, Paul. I think Joe did a good job with it. Where are we? Ah, we're about to start. So yeah, you hear that like cracking noise when it hits the end. Eric, I don't think they did. And I think there are some drivers that don't have skip detection. Yeah, I could try that, Maxim. So on these 10 millimeter bearings, when the Z's move up and down, this, I don't know, dust shield? What is it doing right now? Oh, it's heating up. This dust shield was moving up and down with it. And I hope it doesn't mean the bearing has a problem, but the actual whole black dust shield was moving up and down. All right, let's give it a little pressure. I'm not gonna kill it or anything, but let's put a little pressure on it. So, I mean, it's a lot of pressure I'm putting. Yeah, I definitely affected it. So you can see I definitely had an effect on it, because you can, well, maybe you can't, maybe that won't come through on camera, but there are some very thin layers there. So putting that pressure on it did affect it. Let's see what happens with some power loss. Like I said, I don't know if it has it. I don't know if it was advertised, but fun fact: if you have the powder coated bed and you have power loss, you can't resume anyway. Unless your power loss is very brief, because once that bed cools down, it releases that print. So no power loss of any kind that I see here. Let me move my Z under settings, move axis, move Z. I just want to lift it up so I can get this bed out. See if we can see that. So in the tip of the whistle there is where I was applying the pressure, and then when I released, you see that blob there? That was like kind of like a buildup that it suddenly released. So it's yeah, it's, I mean, it's not, I don't even know if it's a full millimeter, but because this layer is 0.2, but it's definitely more than 0.2. So here's my scraper. Yeah, this stuff's really into the bed. It's coming off, it's just a bit more tedious to get this off. You definitely want your, let me show you. You definitely want your Z height set correctly, or you could definitely screw up your bed. Yeah, that's not showing you much either, but you can use the Prusa Mark III beds on this, or any of the clones out there. They will work. I can go get one. So it is coming off, it's just coming off slowly. This bit here is really stuck. Almost have it all off. Wait, what's going on? Said future software update, single layer accuracy for power panic. Cool. Power loss is eventual. Yeah. So as mentioned, the bed does, or the platform does have the marks, which I assume means it can do XYZ as well, if the software supported it. So there's no reason why they couldn't add some of these things to the software later. The other thing I should mention is if you put downward pressure on the Mark III X carriage, it will do the same thing. That X carriage can move quite a bit. All right, so I got that off, but because I have fingerprints on that side, I'm going to use the other side. The other side has a divot in it. I'm not sure how I got a divot in this side. Let me show you. Maybe it'll show up, but there's two divots right there. All right. Where are we? Print and yeah. Sorry for having to start all these over and over, but that's what it is. There's a Benchy. Benchy will take too long. How long is Buddy? So it doesn't look like it scrolls the names like the Mark III does. So you have to click it to see how long it will take, and then you have to go back. And it doesn't even scroll the names at the top either. So if you have a really long name and you have a bunch of files that, you know, maybe you went through some iterations, so they're going to look the same, it's going to be very hard to see which one it is. You want to get your iteration or version number up front there. But 2 hours, yeah, we can just print that. You guys might not see the end result, but there's also no quick adjustment of speed using this. You have to go into your settings to adjust your speed. Are both the same? Both sides the same? Yeah, both sides are the same on this bed. So Prusa, when the Mark III was coming out, basically the concept is you want both sides the same because you want the materials to behave the same to the heat, or you can end up with curling or retraction or something like that. And then the powder coated sheet, which is right here, again, both sides are the same here. So, but it sure looks nice. I'm glad there wasn't a huge delay for the powder coated sheet. It looks like the people who have a delay right now are the people who have a delay right now are the people who ordered the filament sensor. But I read that a few got shipped today. All right, what's it doing? Looks like it's just heating up the bed right now. It's almost done. And we'll print Buddy. The PEI on the bed isn't cut perfectly, a little rough in the corners. I don't know if that's how they're doing them now for the Mark III, but on my Mark III the PEI was perfectly cut. Alright, so we're heating up to 215 for our first layer here. Have you guys looked at the new Prusa slicer? Or at least have you added the mini to your slicer? So you need version 2.1.1, which is in a bundle they released yesterday, I think. But it's got this cute little. Let me see if I can put it on screen for you. Drag it over here, maybe. Oh, full screen. I'm setting up the screen for you so I can drag it over. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's really weird. I don't know what's going on with that. Unfortunately, I can't show you, but let me transition to the desktop here. And transition. Okay, so when I drag this window between the screens on the Mac, the size of this bed graphical representation changes between two monitors. It's really weird. Just going between two monitors, this bed size changes. So right now I do not believe it has any network connectivity. I see nothing in the settings mentioning network connectivity. I do have a plug and I do have a network cable. But I literally don't see apps. I see nothing in there that says it will connect to a network. So we're printing this at 200. Yeah, so this is the Prusa slicer. Now what's different about this, and I might make another video about this. Obviously you have everything that says mini here. And that's if you have the mini printer selected. If you switch to one of your other printers, like your Mark III, then you go there and they all say Mark III on it, which is fine. That's all understandable. But what surprised me the most about the mini, where'd it go? What surprised me the most is the filaments. Some of them say mini on them, and what really surprised me is like it really, I would think, would behave the same on the filament. So what changed? Like ABS for the mini has a different profile, but generic PLA does not. And so I haven't gone through to figure out, okay, what changed here. So cooling looks normal for their ABS profile. I don't like their ABS profile because you actually need some cooling. It's got some wipe tower stuff. Tool change parameter stuff is here, but this actually wouldn't apply to the mini because the mini does not support the MMU. Okay, look at that. So they have overrides for the machine for retraction and distance after retraction, which is really weird because normally you would do that in your print settings. So inside your print settings under extruder is where you'd have your retraction stuff. So they're overriding the normal retraction length of 3.2 for ABS to 2.7, and they're doing a few other little things in there. So through testing, Rocket Pad, I can try to connect it. I can try that. But through testing, they must have found like ABS needs a different retraction length. So they're actually overriding some of your retraction settings from the printer's normal retraction settings. If you use an Ender 3, perhaps, this could be a good, or any Bowden system, this could be good to know because it might help you tune other filaments that you may not have set up yet by knowing that, hey, I gotta have a different retraction for this or that. In fact, I might remake my Ender profile based on this new information here. So. We're moving along. I am running at 200%, so it's not going to look as good as it could. It did not come with any USB cable for connecting it to a computer. I can try to connect it. I'm not sure, I guess, what Pronto face, maybe. Will this thing direct connect? Octoprint. I don't know if the slicer will direct connect. I've never done it. I'm thinking for the speed I'm at, I want to print a little bit hotter. So let's go to tune. Now I wonder how hot the nozzle will let me get. Okay, the firmware's cut me off at 290. I mean, obviously I'm not going to print at 290, but it's just good to know. And the heat bed, how hot will that let me get? Firmware's cut me off at 125 here. Fan speed at 255 there. Now I like they do have the flow factor there that you can adjust if you feel you're under or over extruding. So that's pretty cool. But those temperatures there are very impressive. If it can really do the 290 on the hot end or 125 on the bed, that's pretty cool. Paul, it has a slot to plug in a Wi-Fi chip. So you could add Wi-Fi to it. They're not ready for that yet. They don't have the firmware for it. They don't even have the networking, hardwired networking in the firmware yet. So we'll see what comes out of it. I'm surprised they didn't allow this to be more kit-like, because right now it's like you put together the three pieces, and I'm very surprised they want it to be responsible for that much assembly. I guess it's the crowd they intend this for, and they don't want to have to provide support for people who screw things on backwards or something. I saw somebody on Reddit the other day. He did something backwards and couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. And it's like, oh, they're using gyroid infill on this one too. It's pretty cool. All right, let's look at something else here. I want to see what their print settings are for some of this stuff. The default infill is gyroid on the Mini. Let's go back and switch to the Mark III. See if they ever updated it. Wow, they updated it. It's gyroid on the Mark III now too. And 15% too. Oh, I'm on quality. Hold on one second. I normally print at 2.0 speed. Okay, that's what it is. Grid, 20%. I don't know why you make your speed profile have 20%. Yes, that's true, Mike. The network port is for print farm software and for running on print farm. They just don't have the firmware built for it yet. Yeah, they just weren't ready to support that yet. But that's coming. It sounds like power loss is coming. It sounds like XYZ calibration could be coming, but they must feel confident out of the factory that the assembly is only going to work one way. I'll switch back for you guys. Maybe this one. So today's shirt, it's kind of a bastardization made for me by a guy named Mark, and it's got Graybeard 3D on it. So anyway, thank you, Mark. I love the shirt. Every time I stream, I wear a 3D printing related shirt, or I usually wear a 3D printing related shirt. So I like to show support here and there. I have the 3D Printing Nerd one and E3D and a few others, but I don't like the Prusa shirt that says I am a printer, because I am a person. So I'm happy to have anything that says Prusa on it that just doesn't say I am a printer. My knee-jerk first impressions out of this, you know, I think it's well built here. The free-floating arm doesn't bother me as much as it seems to bother other people. It's just not that big of a concern for me. The whole thing seems very sturdy. I do like that they use the thicker rods there, so that's really good. I would definitely choose this printer if I was building a farm for sure, just because of the small size, but you still get a nice volume out of that size. Yeah, so far I like a lot of the things they're doing here. Now I'm hoping, because right now they do use a 3-to-1 geared extruder, if I remember correctly, and they're using this new hot end design, which is just less space and everything else. And I'm hoping that some of these features make it over to the Mark III line, and they're using the new 32-bit system, so that needs to make it over to the Mark III line. So I see this printer as kind of like their kind of playground for maybe some future changes to the Mark III. I don't know if they're going to call it a Mark IV or just call it like a Mark IIIX, just to kind of, so yeah, I think so too. And I wear your shirt. I like your shirt a lot, because yeah, it's just never let the machines win, or I mean, that's pretty cool. But I don't get the shirt, and so I really wish he sold other shirts, because I would buy them. So sorry, Prusa. But no, I like the machine. I built some enders last weekend, and those actually, I like those too. If I had to choose between the two, I'd probably just go with the Prusa for the leveling alone. I don't like any printer where I have to use a piece of paper or feeler gauge or anything else like that, and I don't like any printer where I have to turn little wheels on the bottom of the bed. I find that so cumbersome. The removable bed and magnet is really nice and strong. It is absolutely, like, the bed system itself is at the Mark III level. I have to see how this hot end holds up. It is a big departure because it is not the normal E3D design. I also have to see how well the Bowden does, especially with some other materials like flexibles. Should I go get some flexible and see what happens? Will I jam it? I don't look forward to jamming it. Let me see what flexible profiles they have in their slicer. Where is... They don't have Ninjaflex in here. So they should have maybe a TPU somewhere. You got Filamentum, FlexFill. Amazon Basics TPU. Sucks. It's hard to find Amazon Basics, although I think they just released a whole brand new line of filament. And the old Amazon Basics, I believe, is now the Overture stuff, or at least it looks very similar. But now if you search for Amazon Basics, for a while you couldn't find any, and now it looks like they are making something new, and it's a different spool style. Okay, let's look at this. So let me transition this again. Sometimes if you go in there and you look at the notes for filament, they'll tell you other things they tested it on. and I don't know if I'll find an example. Oh, there's one. Okay, so there's an example where, and I guess they don't do this on the new mini profiles, but on the old profiles, they would tell you all the filaments they've tested with this profile. So you could say, okay, well this is meant for this or meant for that. So that's quite a list that they've used for generic PLA, and this is on the old profile because they didn't make a mini specific one. Prusa PLA. So Prusa PLA and the generic PLA I think are identical. I think they just did a copy and paste. Affordable filament. So on their own filament. Oh, why do I have an alarm? I set an alarm for something.
Label your alarm.
Yeah. Oh well. I was supposed to do something today. Apparently at 7. Am I supposed to watch something on YouTube? Is something coming up on YouTube? Alright. Tom and Bridge. Yeah, that doesn't really have anything. So let me go back to, let me go over to the Mark III, because the profiles there I think had more information on them. And filaments, notes. Alright, and let's, yeah, we saw that one. Okay, so that's the PLA. That's PETG, so they list only 2 PETG materials. And then there's ABS, and they only list 4 ABS materials. And what is that, PVA? So they list some PVA in there. Fries are done. Yeah, I really don't know why I made that alarm. And it was important, because I normally don't set alarms. Oh, okay, generic PLA. I'm just looking to see if they have any other notes in some of these materials. I guess not. So it was only on the 4 generics. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I could try Flex, or I could try anything else. I mean, I sure don't want to debug Flex issues right now. Let's see. I see a little material on the hot end. That could be from when I did a forced layer shift. Do I not have pliers? So. The nozzle itself is clean, so it's not oozing. And you know, for going 200% speed, it looks really good. Why did I set an alarm? Man. Ah. Thank you everybody for tuning in today too. If you want me to measure or look or show you anything, let me know. I'll do my best to do that. I really do appreciate everybody tuning in today. Please hit the like and subscribe button if you can. I can leave this running. Maybe I'll mute the audio or something. I don't know if nobody has any other questions or anything. But I am happy to answer whatever I can for you. The other thing I should do is I should grab a beer. They look very festive.
This is ridiculous. I've peed 6 times in the last 2 minutes.
Why?
I don't know, because I have to go out.
today's beer is Secret Machine Raspberry Marshmallow Graham Cracker by Dewey Beer Company. Very cool. Yeah, I would think the palette would still work, because all you need to do is probably remove this tube and use a tube that goes directly to the palette right into where this one goes, because this is independent of this one up here. There are actually 4 pieces of PTFE in here. I have not looked at where they all are. I think there's like one more inside the hot end itself, and the one out here, and the one for the bone tube, and then there must be one more somewhere. But yeah, they say there's 4 pieces of PTFE in there. The palette could be the answer for somebody who wants like that MMU type of experience for this printer. There does not appear to be any way to hook in an MMU to the board. Permanent silent mode. Could be true. See you later. It could be true. I'm excited a lot about the new board. And the reason I'm so excited about this new board is because there is so much more they can do with this than they could with the Mark III. One, you have that nice, beautiful display. You can put a lot more information on it, but you can start doing things. Like I said, you have different, kind of like different displays, different themes, or anything else like that that you might want that might show information in a different way. It is a shame that you have to cut a piece of your board out permanently if you want to just like have a different screen. But until they make them, if they don't make them direct from the factory, or you have to become a developer, or you have to download something that's from a certified developer, I guess. I don't know how they're going to work that. That's coming in a couple months. For now, it's a printer, and I'm happy it's printing. It was pretty easy to assemble there. Oh, I should switch that back for you. I muted the microphone that time when the dog wanted out. You know something I could do? I could hook the network wire up and see if it requests an IP address from my network, although there's no interface for the network. And then I can see if it shows me anything if I go to it. See how much free rescues we still got. Or free resources. Okay. I don't think, oh, there we go. Info. Nothing under info, messages. So, looks like just some sort of log there. So, unless you know a way to get back, oh, that would be very cool. Yes, and Elcars. There does not appear to be a way to get out of this print screen while you're printing. And inside, all I have access to is this tune menu. and I do not have any way that I can see to see CPU levels. Like when I click info, literally nothing happens. It's a dead, it's a dead menu item. So I guess you would call that a bug. Either make it work or take it out of the menu. Yeah, no cars would be really cool in that. Or just something more accessible for some people. Some people have vision problems and they might want bigger information on the screen. So you could reorganize that. Focus on a few key items. You could even make it scrollable instead of like those two menu items. You could scroll the whole screen or something to have bigger fonts. Greg, is yours in the mail yet? I know a lot of people have shipping messages, so I think there's going to be a lot more posts soon on Reddit and where not, just saying, hey, I got mine, it's awesome. Or at least I hope that's that's the reaction to it. I think this went together rather easily. It wasn't tricky. The control box is nowhere near as stuffed as the Mark III. Yeah. I'm excited for you guys too. Like I said, I think this is going to be a great little printer. And I really am looking forward to the day where it has like a 3-day lead time for delivery. Because then I'm going to tell people, you know, don't get the, possibly don't get the Ender, get the Prusa Mini. And that's assuming this thing holds up as well as it should. But yeah, if this is anywhere near the level of reliability of the Mark III, this is going to be incredible. When did you order? Mike? So, it's looking pretty good so far. Let's see here. Sorry, the camera is not as fast to adjust focus. But it's looking pretty good. Yeah, I think they're only kind of saying, like, I want to say they want to say the first 1,000 might make it this year. Their tutorial. Yeah, I don't know. They're doing a build tutorial. The build is really easy. So I don't know, like, I'm sure they'll have a very nice video though. What happens if I plug in the network cable in the middle of the print job? Does that change anything at all? The network port's right on the back. It's very standard. Let's see if anything happens at all on the screen. Nothing there. I have blinky lights, which tells me it's trying to communicate over the network. It's probably calling home right now, saying, "You plugged it in. Take over the network." All right. So it's plugged into the network. Let's look to see if it's getting an IP address. Let's see if it's responding to anything, etc. Hey, 3D Print Viking, how are you doing? So I don't see any indication on the screen about... oh no, there is an indication on the screen. In the top right corner, there's a USB symbol, and next to that is a network symbol. So, let's see if I can find it in the network. I might not do all of this on screen right now in case it shows like my IP address or something. I don't want to share my IP address. Okay, I don't see... I don't see anything right out saying Prusa on it. Let me see. Yeah, I don't see anything right out saying Prusa on it. I wonder what time my router thinks it is. And I'm looking for a lease. Okay, I don't know what time my router thinks it is, but I do see a rather recent lease. See, that doesn't make sense. That's got to be it, though, right? Okay. So I have two potential IP addresses I can try and see what happens. So 217 and 230. All right. Hey, Kit, how's it going? Let's just see what happens if we go in Google or just in Chrome. 217. Oh. I guess that's it. Okay, guys, let me show you what I have on screen. You're going to see this first because I don't think they talk about this at all. Alright. I connect it to it. Status, projects, controls, temperatures, camera, G-code, and account. And it's all just kind of dead. It's supposed to show us the temperatures and stuff. Everything says not yet implemented. Let's look at some page source. Let's see if there's anything else kind of like back there, right? Oh, I'm sorry for the small font. Let me see if I can... I can't zoom it. I really wish I could zoom that for you. It's so small I can't even freaking read it from here. So... yeah, so there's supposed to be a whole bunch of under construction gifts, some other stuff there. Let's see, documents, no other documents, the resources, just some SVG. So it's really just this HTML that essentially says nothing. So there was one other new connection to my network. Let me see if that, you know, it could be opening up. I don't know why, but it could potentially take two. But this could just be something else. Yeah, that's just something else. I don't know what it is. So. Oh, thank you, Greg. Yeah, so right now there's absolutely just nothing in this page. It is just this under construction stuff. It's weird though, when I viewed source it looks like it got a little bit better. Or maybe when I reloaded it, it got a little bit better. Oh, now look at this. The more times I load it, the more information I get. Ooh, I'm getting information. Wait, when they say more features are coming soon, do they mean like in minutes? I have nozzle temperature of 224, and that is what I have it set at, and heat bed of 60. And should I just keep hitting the refresh button until I get more information? Oh, that's so weird. But it looks a lot better. None of these work though. Account, I bet you, is going to link to your Prusa account, which is kind of weird or scary, but okay. Let's see if any new information is in here. Look at this. Now we have these folders coming through. So there's the JavaScript. Let me see what's in there. So they do have a concept of progress and everything else, and file names, nav click, active. Okay. Seeing if there's anything else we can get out of this right now. Style sheet, no big deal. So these are just different temperature readings, I guess, that it's feeding through for communication back to the main page. I wonder, can I change that? Do I have to go into a developer mode to change this? What browser am I on? Hold on. Alright. Let me see if I can get to something else in here. Okay, so let me close these tabs. Drag this over. So I just loaded it in Chrome. I'm kind of getting that same thing where nothing's loading. Let me refresh this again. Still nothing. Oh, now I got the Prusa man. And now I get the information in there. So there is a developer mode in here, right? There we go. All right. Well, we should need to do that. Yes. Header. Was it this div? I wonder what will happen if I just remove this disabled there. Click, damn it. Still won't let me click. So yeah, Randy, I think what they're aiming for is their print farm stuff, right? And so Octoprint's not really it's not really good for print farms. It's good for one printer, and then of course you can kind of trick it out to control multiple printers, or you can just run multiple Octoprints, but it's not really this unified kind of job management solution. So this is them probably trying to make their print firm software, which is, you know, up till now it's like in-house, and they only had to make it work to a level that they could train an employee. But when you start talking about the general public, now you have to put all this fancy window dressing on it and make it easier to understand. So it still won't let me click it. There's probably nothing behind it. In fact, I bet you it has to do with the JavaScript. Let's update status, nav click. Yeah, I don't see anything in there. Right now all we get is a way to check our temperatures. I'm hoping, I mean, there is one connector on that board. I'm hoping maybe it'll let us add a camera. Or can that USB like work in a host mode? And if it can work in like a host mode, could you plug in a USB camera to it, since you wouldn't need it when it's on a network? You wouldn't need the USB port for reading files through a network like that anymore. Hey, good night, Greg. Thank you so much for coming out today. Randy, so the network stuff is being served by the board here. The firmware is open source, so I would think anything this firmware is presenting has to remain open source. So if it's presenting this page and this information here, all of that has to stay that way, right? Or else they couldn't say the firmware is open source if you couldn't see it. Unless it's downloading resources over the internet. I don't know. Let me see if there was any outgoing connections. Where is my mouse pointer at? It's so hard to find a mouse pointer. Which one is this? Was this Google? All right. Let me see if it did anything. Alright, I'm going to refresh the page. Where did that page go? Let's see if I see anything kind of like going out over the network on it. Yeah, it doesn't appear to do any network activity or internet activity at that point. Unfortunately, my browser is already aware of all the assets. I was just wondering if it was downloading assets on the fly, which is why we had to refresh a few times. I could set up a more specific monitor on it as well to see any bits going through. Looks like my son is downloading something big right now. All right. Yeah, nothing there. Let's say. Do I have another browser in this system? Let's see if I have another web browser to try to force it to load again. I don't think I do. Oh, I have Firefox. Cool. Alright, here's Firefox. Let's go to the address again. 21 dot, shoot, what was it, 217? Alright. And I'm gonna look for any kind of network activity out of it going through the internet. And nothing there. No, I'm not seeing any internet activity out of it right now. It sure is glitchy if it can't load all these bits. You see, Firefox is definitely having problems here. Alright. Back to the stream. Oh, before I go back to the stream, let me have it log everything this printer does. So, monitoring. Oh, that's pretty cool. Not what I wanted, but still pretty cool. Yeah, apparently Firefox has problems with it. So I'm gonna just try to set this up so my network blocks everything from that source. But it could change its IP address. Let me take that back off screen and give it a static IP. Where's it? I didn't see what I have available. Guess 9. So I'm just giving it a static IP address, so when I set this firewall rule, it won't change if the IP changes. And that should be it. And we can apply that. And then I can go to the firewall. And LAN rules. It's a little slow right now. I'm going to add it to the top just because I don't want anything else to kind of somehow let it through or something. Maybe any protocol. Source would be a single address. Right. And I want to log the packets. I'll just call this Prusa Mini. Right. Oh. Well, so the destination, I mean, even if I leave this blank, it really shouldn't matter because internal network traffic should not pass through the firewall like this. Ah, sanity, yes, I love pfSense. However, I could say like WAN address or something, but I'm just going to leave it like that because internal network traffic isn't going to get affected by this rule. And we'll test that in a second. So. Cool. And apply. All right. So if it's coming from that address I gave it, it's going to get blocked and it's going to get logged. And I'll check tomorrow for everybody. And if I see anything, I'll probably tweet it. If I see nothing, I'll probably not say anything. So, and I'll likely power it off and power it back on a few times and see if it does any kind of like initial, hey, I'm here or anything like that. And we'll see. Probably not. Like I said, the source code's open source. You could probably just read the source code and see if it does any kind of like phone home. What it probably does is just get a DHCP address from the network. So, yeah, OpenVPN is real nice on pfSense. That's a really nice thing about it. So, where'd my OBS Studio go? Transition that back. We are at 66%. We're printing Buddy here. He's looking really good. We are printing at 200%. I do see some kind of like layer and evenness in some spots, which could very well likely be due just to the speed change. And it could also just be I'm looking way too close at it. This is at 0.15 millimeters. I looked yesterday. It looks like it takes a standard M3D nozzle. The Pinda probe has a cool, or Minda probe has a cool yellow tip on it now. I think the old Pindas were blue or something, or black. Yeah, I do everything I can to run my own firewall stuff. I do not trust the stuff from the cable company or the network company to have open doors and stuff. So using squared tubing? Yeah, I'm sure. I wonder how accurate that tubing is, Paul. That would be probably the big thing, right? I don't. Yeah, maybe you could use the exo slide on the square tubing. It's almost just easier to use these extruded aluminum profiles that have like the slots and everything. Just because they're designed to be more accurate, and they're also designed for more utility. But I mean, if you wanted to, you could definitely design something around square tubing if that's what you're after. You can design a printer using string tacked to a wall. So, if you guys didn't see the video, check out my Engravinator videos. That thing is also pretty cool. That's just as exciting as the Mini is to me. I think that Engravinator is going to be awesome. I've been playing with it some. I engraved a Reese's Pieces. I just put a little symbol on that, and I'm just looking for things to engrave on now. It's a solution finding a problem. Half-inch tubing. Anything's possible, Paul. Will it be good? That's what matters, right? I don't know. You could just use the tubing for frame material and screw linear rails to it. Yeah, the laser's cool. I'm already like thinking, like, I think it's a 2.5 watt, and I think they make like a 7 watt that is about the same size package, and I'm thinking, okay, can I swap it over to the 7 watt? 72%. It says we have about 16 minutes remaining. When you do increase the speed, like I did, the remaining time estimation gets a little bit off. It is what it is. But we've been printing this for about an hour. Yeah, you could always, so the Engravinator is completely open source. You can always look at their build design and make one bigger, make one different, whatever you want. Same with the Prusa Mini, but there's some stuff here that it's hard to find right now, such as the hot end design. It looks kind of like half of a Herrera. What did they rename that thing to? It was the Hemera or whatever, and they got told to stop. So anyway, it looks like half of that kind of like split here and to the motor side or whatever. 3-to-1 gearing, nothing special there. The connected lead screw to the motor, you're able to find those pretty easily now. The board would be hard to find right now. That'll take some time. The display has an LDO mark on it, so you can probably get it from LDO. And I wouldn't be surprised if they had LDO make the board, the main board too. I can't keep the printers working. Yeah. What happens when you yank the USB? I guarantee it's just going to stop. But tell you what I'll do is after this, I'll start a whistle and yank the USB out. But I don't want to stop this guy. We're too far along. Hermera, formerly Hermes. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I guess Hermes makes like designer watches or something, right? If it was that fashion brand that told them to stop making extruders, that's a little ridiculous. I have Ninjaflex, and I have something just a little bit stiffer than Ninjaflex. Maybe we'll start with one and then move on to the other. So while we do that, what I'll do is let's bring Prusa Slicer open. Let me transition to that. Actually, the question is, let me transition back. Can I make that screen bigger? I mean, come on. You have Apple trademarked. You can trademark the name in a specific use case or something. So, yeah, you're trademarking it within a specific use case. Anyway, I'm not a trademark lawyer. I'm not going to say that, but I have done a little bit of research. Cool. What file should we print, guys? Should I make this bigger? That was not the bigger button. That was not make bigger. Let's try that again. Alright, let me find a file. Whew. What are those? Oh. Yeah, that's pretty much how that works, Sean. When you get a trademark, you apply for certain classes of products that you're trademarking, and the more you apply for, the more you have to pay. But then, of course, you would have to still stand up for your trademark too, and you'd have to fight out in court if somebody says you're not allowed to trademark a name of a Greek god. You can take them to court and fight that out in court. And they'd still have to kind of defend their trademark. It's not like auto defense, but you'd have to have good reason why they can't do it. And usually prior use or something in that sort of industry would be enough. Man, I gotta find something to print, but I don't want it to take too long. Should I just do that octopus? How long does that one take? Let me find Thingiverse. Oops, I do not want to leave that page by accident. downloaded the octopus. It's not the octopus, it's just the octopus. But, maybe scale it. 75% maybe. All right. It's probably good. We'll see stringing if there's stringing issues and all that. Let's switch to some sort of flex material in here. Generic flex. Let me go look at what their settings are, because usually they're a little bit off. Fill density, I don't know, maybe 5%. Gyroid's probably okay. The layer height is definitely a no-go. Hold on, let me switch my layer height, because it's going to wipe out everything I do anyway. So we'll go to 2.0. Yeah. All right. So when you do the filament settings, though, it doesn't tell it to slow down at all. Because I don't think there's a override for actual speeds, and that's kind of a problem, I think, in my opinion, that they're not overriding any kind of like speeds. So what we'll do with our print settings is set our speeds a lot slower, and top and bottom layers probably okay. Infill at 20%, nope, that's the 5. Grid, I'll do the gyroid. Okay, that's all good. Some brim stuff we don't really need. No support speed. So this stuff I really want to turn down. So definitely perimeters, or definitely with the acceleration, probably even jerk, but we can cut some of these down a lot. $650-ish, something like that. Travel's fine. First layer at 20, I guess, is okay. Perimeters at 40. Small perimeters at 25, perhaps. External perimeters, I don't know. I just don't want to clog. Infill, we'll just make 40. So did they have any on any retraction overrides? Yeah, okay, they're doing a lot of overrides here. Retraction speed and detraction speed. I like that they changed that to 15. Retraction speed at 40 is okay, as long as the detraction is slow. And they have the wipe. They're doing, that's weird. Lift Z, but they leave it at 0 millimeters. Is that a way to force lift Z to turn off? That might be what they're trying to do. Yeah, they're probably forcing it to turn off with that, because if they didn't check that box for lift Z, it would think that you weren't overriding it. So they needed a way to override lift Z. All right. I might have gone maybe too slow. I might have gone too fast. We'll find out. But let me slice this up. And it says an hour. That's not too bad. We'll see how that goes. Our dog's almost done here. So, octopus flex spinning. Cool. All right, back to speed benchy. No. I've seen some good flex prints recently on Reddit. If you guys are on Reddit, there's been some really good ones. I think in the 3D printing sub. All right, that beer is done. Oh, you know where I want to go. Where's my stream at? Let's do a transition. What's going on? Hey, good night, Sanity. Thank you so much for joining today. Yeah, I can't wait for yours to arrive. I think you'll have a lot of fun with it. Hey, Kit. Welcome back. Yep, we're at 91%. I sliced up a octopus, and we're going to try flex material. I have Ninjaflex, which is probably one of the more flexible materials, which means tonight we might get to see the extruder get taken apart. So that could be fun. Does anybody else want to see anything else on this machine? We're also going to do a test of pulling out the USB drive after the print starts to see if the entire G-code is in memory. Even if the entire G-code is in memory, perhaps the printer will still panic. We don't know. All right, let me go find my flex material. I'll be right back. Come on, mute. All right, one flex material I have here is from M3D. Let's see, I can't see OBS right now. All right, so M3D right here. I think it's not as flexible as Ninjaflex, so we'll probably try this one first. Maybe get it started and then abort. So that's not too bad. And then the other one I have is some brand new Ninjaflex. So here we'll do a Ninjaflex unboxing. Alright, so beside the outer wrapper, there is no other inner wrapper on Ninjaflex. They don't really shrink wrap it or anything. And that outer wrapper is actually not very protective. The other thing I noticed on some of my Ninjaflex rolls is they have a bit of dust on them. I don't know if any of that dust will come through on camera, but there's just a certain level of like cardboard dust, I guess, is from the inside of the box. Like it's on Ninjaflex. That's good stuff to risk. What, the E3D or M3D stuff? Yeah. We're gonna start that first. So, and I'll try to show you the difference in flexibility because I think this stuff's really bad. Yeah. Let's see if we can see this. And do this. So, see if there's any variances here. All right. Where are we? I'm getting like a 1.8, like 1.80 out of it. Let me do it inside the pinchers too. Because it's flex, I mean I could crush it like that, but it's really kind of hitting that 1.8, and the Ninjaflex is hitting like a 1.7. Oh, see, it's not on screen. See, I'm doing bad things. So I'm feeling about a 1.7 on the Ninjaflex, and it definitely feels thinner than the M3D stuff. So there I'm getting like a 1.8, 1.81, something like that. So obviously the profile is not going to know the difference between these two as far as thickness goes, but you can also see how one is so much floppier. So yeah, as I said, this is the M3D stuff's a little bit stiffer. I think it's just meant to be easier to print, and this stuff is just more spaghetti-like and more challenging to print. Oh, I don't think this is going to fit on the Prusa spool holder either, but we'll see. Does it say shore hardness? It does not. All right, so Buddy is done. Let's check him out. In fact, maybe I'll move him to the good camera. So let me find the good camera. Transition. All right. Focus, good camera, and get out of the way of that box. All right. So he's looking pretty good. I wish it would focus for you. Just might be too close for it. But he's looking very good. And let's try to get that focus back. The back side is perhaps where I saw just like a little unevenness in some of the layers. Let's look at that bottom layer. So Pretty good. Oh, I didn't grab my glue stick. I gotta go get the glue stick. All right. And home. Okay, what happens if let me swap this back. Yeah, no, he's looking real good. He is, yeah. I think I was just being a little critical earlier. When I look at the layers in the light like this, they're really, really good. There's maybe, and I don't think this camera will get it, but maybe in like the shoulder I see just a little bit of roughness, and maybe on that hind leg I see just a little bit of an uneven extrusion. It could be a number of things. Who knows? I have to go get my glue stick if we're going to be doing TPU as well. But let's see what happens when I pull the thumb drive out when it's not doing anything. And so a lot of printers. Oh, nice. So the screen switched, and let me transition. The screen switched to say no USB under the print menu. And I can't go to the print menu right now. But the question is, when I put in the USB, is it going to automatically mount it? Because a lot of printers do not auto mount when you switch the card or anything. They force you to do like card initialize or something. So just trying to figure out how to get this USB in the hole here. And I should go to filament and do a unload filament, and it's waiting for time. All right. So the USB drive, oops, I closed the wrong window. When I plug it in the computer, it says store and go is the name of the drive volume. It's not named Prusa or anything else like that. It's called store and go. And the only files I see on this USB drive, there's nothing else, because sometimes they put documents and stuff in there. There's only the G codes and a BBF file, which is the firmware. Every time we boot, it's probably checking the USB for which firmware is on the USB. What's it doing, ramming? So it's probably checking the firmware that's on the USB, and if it's newer, it's going to load it. I don't know if I'm allowed to remove that file without causing an error, but I'm going to try. I'm going to just rename the BBF to maybe BFF. Best friends forever. Okay, so I renamed the file to BFF, and I'm going to see if it complains. And I am going to drag the sliced octopus onto the store and go. Is my volume muted? Oh no, it's still copying. All right, and eject. It's taking a while to eject. There it goes. I have to be very careful removing this store and go, because I'm in a dock, and the dock, if it comes disconnected, can. Okay, so let's plug this USB drive in. Look at that. It brings up, when you plug it in, it brings up the new file, I guess. Whatever that is. The other question I have is, now that I remove the firmware, what happens on a reboot? If it complains or anything. No complaint. Okay, so that's good. We've removed the filament. Cement away. Where's my bag? let's try to get this M3D stuff to load. Does not like that spool holder at all. All right. I guess I have to loosen that screw to tilt the screen. All right, so I want to set to PLA, but I want to load a new filament. I'm wondering if it's going to ask me. Ah, yes, flex. So it says parking. I'm trying to give it a good shove to try to get it into that gear because we had the problem the first time. And while it's heating up, I'm going to go grab my glue stick. Sorry guys, I was on mute. Yeah, so it fed it in. It did not like the spool holder at all, which is kind of what I thought. The just the material on the spool being so close to the rim kind of keeps the spool holder from being effective. So, is the color correct? So, that is a no. I don't see color yet. Okay, it is squeezing out something. Oh, that was a healthy amount. All right, so it's loaded. No problem. Now this is a stiffer TPU. This is actually called M3D Tough Ink, and I'm going to go ahead and apply some glue stick to this bed. So TPU will stick real bad to the PEI sheets. So first I'm going to apply it where the line gets drawn there, and then hopefully, let me look at this is where having lines on the bed can help, because I can look at the slicer and I can see that it is only within these center squares here. So it does not go outside of this boundary on the inside. There. Cool. Oh, I'm getting oozing real bad. All right, let's go to print. Sorry, I keep putting my hand in the camera. And let's do Octopus Flex. Print. I should have got my tweezers. I'm going to use clippers to try to get that stuff off. This 3D printer is $350 plus $50 in shipping, so $400 out the door. The shipping's good. It arrived in literally 2 days. I got my shipping notification on Tuesday. So to get from Prague to here, are they in Prague? Anyway, to get from over there to over here in 2 days is really good. Okay, so right now it is cooling down the hot end, which I guess it does to avoid dribbling on the bed while it levels. wonder if they're doing that in the G code or if the printer does that. So let me go look at the G code settings. Okay, no, so they put it in their start G code. So this is something that they may add to the Mark III profile too if they haven't already. Oh, it cracked while you were transporting it, or just when you were kind of like maneuvering it, Kit? That does suck. I also have to ask, what's work doing with a gaming monitor? Here, I'll show you the monitor. I don't like that it keeps flipping back and forth. It's going between probing point and the status screen. All right, and it's heating back up to 240 degrees. Curious about something. Okay. Kind of looks like the heater block is slightly twisted. I was wondering if it was loose. Oh, sweet. Your Cybertruck is done? The 3D printed Cybertruck, or you bought one? We should do a live stream. All right, first layer coming down here. I probably should have adjusted the Live Z, because you don't need to be as close with TPU typically. So it was in the box too. It's odd for it to crack in the box. Well, that sucks. I really like this monitor. I've been using this monitor for this live stream. This is a USB 3 monitor, and I use it with my laptop, and I just need more screen real estate. But the cool thing about this monitor is it also has HDMI on it, which most of these portable monitors are just USB only, which means your device has to support the drivers and all that. So you're like almost at a no-go with like a lot of Linux or Raspberry Pis or anything else that might have an output. But with this one, since it has HDMI, I could use anything with it. A Roku, Raspberry Pi, anything. So I like the flexibility there. Yeah, it was probably delivered broken. Man, this printer is quiet. It might be quieter than the Mark III in high power mode. A very, very slight whine from the hot end cooling fan. The first layer of the TPU isn't looking so good. A little bit rough, but I'm probably going to let it continue because it'll probably stick just fine. So yeah, so the first layer is looking a little bit rough. This filament too has kind of like a shady history, and it's probably not dry, but we'll see. Hey, One Raz, how you doing? Thanks for joining. We have the Prusa Mini built up, and we're printing flexible. This is M3D's flexible filament. The spool holder is okay, but we already know it won't work with the free samples they send you, and it's not going to work with certain spools that are very close to the edge, because there's just not enough space to roll. And there went the spool. I'll just let it pull it. Yeah. My problem is their price was very high for the stuff. These baby spools, I think, cost almost as much as a full spool of anybody else's. So I do like this about the spool holder, because it has rails in it. If you have a loose screw on one side, it acts as a stop. It won't let it slide off. So it'll just kind of help keep it all together for you. Yeah, I designed a product that I might be marketing using, well, it's meant to use Flex, but I think I want to do two things. I want to have Flex and PLA in it, or Flex and ABS in it. And so I have to figure out perhaps the best way I'm going to do that. Part of me is like design the part in ABS and just use O-rings for the Flex part I need. So I don't know what I'm going to do, but that's why I bought Ninjaflex, because it's more flexible than this stuff. My prototype I made with this stuff, and it's too firm. So, oh my goodness. Yeah, the import charges are crazy. I don't pay, or at least with Prusa on their kit and on the Mini, you're not paying import charges. I don't even think state tax is caught up to it. So there's no state tax and there's no import charges. But don't tell anybody, because there's always somebody who wants to, take more money. Depending where you live, the state tax could be almost as much as the shipping anyway. So in a way, you're washing out or breaking even. I've never printed this octopus before. I've only printed the octopus, so it is. I'm not familiar with the shape it's drawing in the middle there. It looks off center. Let me see if it'll. It looks off center from the mass, I should say, but it's looking good. The second layer is looking a little bit better here. Maybe looking like it's under extruded. I can't tell. If it's under extruded, that's really weird, because it's the filament measured at 1.8. So if anything, I would think it would over extrude. 10% sales tax. Jeez, where are you at, Randy? Print a wider rail. 10% sales tax. Yeah, so Randy, with that 10% sales tax, I mean, shoot, do you save the you don't pay the sales tax though if you get it shipped from Prusa, or do you still have to pay it there too? The speed right now is only 100%. It's not sped up. This is a 1 hour print. We're only 11 minutes in or something, and I'm probably not going to do the full hour of this because what I want to do is kind of see how these layers go down, look at the stringing, etc. But I want to switch over to the more flexible Ninjaflex, which is really tough for most extruders, and see how that works. To stop this print, I am going to pull Western Washington. To stop this print, I'm going to pull the USB drive out while it's printing and see the behavior of the printer. Yeah, they really get you in Canada. Yeah, so Randy, it used to be in Maryland, you didn't pay sales tax on anything you bought out of state. So if you had it shipped in. But they've caught up, I think, with everything now. Everything I buy seems to be getting hit with sales tax, except for this international order. Fortunately, it's only 6%. If I was at 10%, man, I'd drive to another state, buy it there. What state are you in, Paul? Oh man, they get you import taxes ordering within country. Is it because it's another territory? What do you call them? Are they called territories? Provinces? I don't know. Phew, 13%. You know what? We're not getting too many layer moves here because it is able to kind of do this continuously, which means we're not seeing too much stringing. See a little bit of wisps in a few spots, but the stringing isn't bad. All right, should we switch to something else? Provinces. Okay. Wisconsin. Oh, you know, I think I asked you that last time. I remember that. Okay, let's pull this thumb drive. Let's see what happens when the thumb drive is pulled while it's printing. I'll back this camera up. And thumb drive out. It looks like it auto-paused. It has a resume option. Can I hit resume without a thumb drive? It says it's resuming. Still says resuming. The temperatures are at what they should be. No, I think it's really mad. I think it's pissed off. So, what happens if I put the thumb drive back in while it's pissed off? Doesn't seem to like that. All right, I think I'm stuck. I think I have to stop. It's not stopping. Don't pull the thumb drive while it's running. It does not want to stop. All right, reset. All right, let's unload this filament. Actually, let me move my axis first. I don't like the Z resting where it's at. Yeah, it's blobbing real big right there too. Cool. Oops. Whatever. And let's unload filament. Hopefully it unloads well. Yeah, so we were thinking that because it's a 32-bit system and it has, I guess, what it needs. Interesting. So it's unloading now. Looks good. We're out. There's the end. Sorry, try to get that in focus a little bit for you. A very fine string on the very end of it, but the tip looks good. So I'll just clip it to be ready for my next print with this material here. And wrap up this filament, and then we will move on to the Ninjaflex, which I truly expect to get jammed in the extruder. So, doing it for the internet. All right. We will clip the end because it's a little bit curved. We have a nice point on it, and it's a pretty straight piece. Let's sit on this folder right. And I think I'm in the extruder, so filament, load. Oh, I gotta say flex. I'm helping it along. I don't want it to have to pull too hard, so I give it a roll there. Oh, and I should clean off this bed. So let's see. Let's remove this thing. All right, so this is with the Tough TPU by M3D. There is some stringing in there. Obviously the blob is where it just aborted and started oozing everywhere. The material, obviously flex material. Honestly, it looks, because I just printed with this with my Mark III, it looks about the same. It looks, yeah, very much like the Mark III output. But yeah, there's some flex material. Yes, you can use Cura with it. Their slicer has so many profiles already in it though, I would just use their slicer. But they include Cura settings and Simplify 3D settings on their website. On the download page, you can find those settings. You can also just copy them from Slicer over to Cura. And let's do a print and octopus. Should I put a little more glue where it came off, or I don't want to over glue this, but too much glue and it won't stick. Bed is a little bit tricky to get on. All right. We're not fully loaded though. Hold on, I need to do a purge. Let's give it a little help on the extrusion. I still don't see any filament coming out yet. I hope we're not getting wrapped up on the extruder already. Let's do another purge. Oh, I'm getting filament out. DHL is crooks. Hey Kazakh, if I'm pronouncing that right, thank you for joining. All right, looks like we have filament coming out. We will say we are done purging. Whoa, that's super sticky. And it's very stringy. All right, so this is Ninjaflex. This is one of the more flexible materials, and it's one of the more challenging materials, and we're gonna see how this prints. So let's go back to the menu and print the same octopus. Sorry. And dog again. Oops, still stringy. Oh, gotta hit print one more time. This stuff is just oozing everywhere. This material, ugh. So right now it's lowering the hot end temperature again down to about 170. And that's something else I can do. So the default temperature is 240. It's quite possible that this Ninjaflex will string less if I just lower that temperature a little bit. Put a paper towel under it. Yeah, I could do that. Looks like since the temperature lowered, it did stop stringing. I'm at 174 right now. It's about to start. I want to just get the last bit off. I hate how that fan hits the bed wire every time. That really bothers me. I might have to, I don't know, maybe weigh this wire down a little bit or something, or get it to flex down. Alright, it's heating back up to 240. This Ninjaflex, when we measured it, it was under the 1.75 by a lot. And the first line looks quite a bit under extruded. Sorry, I can't get this thing to focus, but we're missing quite a chunk of that. The skirt actually looks good. It does not look under extruded, maybe a little thin, but there's no missing gaps like there is in the first extrusion line. This could all be from the all the oozing, and it was just not enough material in the hot end. That sucks. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. So the extrusions are looking pretty clean. Should I print up to about the same layer that I did the other one and just compare those two? So should I just print that much and then just compare them at that level? That way we can wrap this up for you guys. Because I don't think anybody else has any other questions right now about the machine. This is 1mm, so. Yeah, so we're still printing at 240. You can't tell if it's under extruding. I think we're just going to have to wait and see what we get when we get to 1mm. Yeah, Ninjaflex is pricey. I think I got it on sale. I don't know if the product I want to make works out. The cost of this material is no big deal, right? Because I would be charging many multiples anyway. Yeah, this is a 0.4. Oh, yeah. That sucks. I feel bad for you, you Canadian guys over there, man. It seems like, from the stories I hear, it seems like the shipping companies are actually like charging fake fees or something. Or it could even be like the delivery guy, and he's like, "Oh man, yeah, you owe another $40, so he can get $40 out of you," or whatever it is, right? I don't know, but I feel bad. So it's definitely printing a little more stringy than the orange stuff. And it could be a temperature issue. This could be profile tuning only. It could be retraction issue. This is more flexible than what they may have intended this profile to do. Now I did some tuning on this profile, obviously, to slow down the speed and the acceleration. I wish the filament settings had an override for speeds and acceleration, so we could kind of take care of some of this other stuff. Or it would be cool if the filament settings, instead of an override for all those little settings, just had a percentage that would override on the screen. Instead of saying 100, it would just say, okay, we're going to print at this temperature. And that might be a G-code option. So that might just be something that they just haven't done. And we can add it to our start G-code. That would be cool. Just say print at 30% speed, and then you don't have to worry. We are on the second layer right now. I think it just got to this layer. We're going to do, I measured the other one at about 1mm. So we're going to do 5 layers and then stop it. Yeah. So do they hit you if you come to the U.S., buy some stuff and bring it back? Do they hit you with any kind of import fees or customs or anything like that? I know a lot of people live like near the U.S. border and they can just travel across. Who's going to Murph? I should be there. I'm going to probably show up a day early after seeing what happened last year, and try to get there and get a okay spot. But yeah, who's going to Murph? It's going to be a great time. $190 for a motor and 2 rolls. Were they really, really nice rolls of filament? Oh man. Okay, so if it's just a small bit, if it looks like you're bringing back a truckload, they're like, whoa. Now, has anybody in Niagara Falls, New York, wised up and have like drop boxes that Canadians can rent and go pick up your packages? And then you can order anywhere and then just go pick it up every once in a while. P.O. boxes. I guess the U.S. Post Office might sell that to you. All right, we are at 0.6. So we're going to go 2 more layers, or maybe a layer and a half. I'll stop somewhere in the middle, and we'll compare it, and we'll look at it. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little under extruded, just because the filament diameter is, how much was that? That's like 0.14 different from the M3D stuff. Or is it more than that? No, it's more than that. 0.24 different? I don't know. $3 or $4 per package. Oh man. What about like if you go to the US Post Office and rent a P.O. box? I don't think they charge per package. Yeah. Do you need a U.S. driver's license to rent a P.O. box? I don't know. Woohoo! I got a lot of subscribers. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'm probably near 200. Really, really appreciate it. My filament 1 order is on the way. That's cool. I have this month's Alien 3D box. And I have a package from Protopasa. I think it's their filament subscription too. I'll probably do an opening, like a unboxing or something, later this week, maybe tomorrow since I have the camera set up. And I have the lac enclosure pre-cut panels for the Prusa enclosure version 2. I got the pre-cut panels from Print It Solid, and I can do the unboxing and the assembly of that, but I have to go buy another lac table. So I have to go buy those, and then we can probably do that on a live stream and assemble the brand new part 2 or whatever they call it, version 2 per month. Man, yeah, I guess everybody's just trying to make money. The U.S. Post Office down here charges like $26 for 6 months. So, for a box, a small little P.O. box, but you don't need a big one because they just keep it in the back. What layer height? We're at 8.0, so I'll let it get to 1 millimeter. So that's on the screen here. So you see, let me see if I can get this to focus for you. Come on. Yeah, so right in the bottom center is the layer height we're on. It says we're using flex filament, so it's aware of that, which helps when it's unloading. Because when it's unloading, it wants to be able to do the right ramming procedure. And the ramming procedure is how it clears it from the print head. I think it's just like this back and forth movement while it's cooling it to kind of form a nice tip. $47 subs? Man, I'm pretty sure I'm subbed to you, One-Raz, but I'll sub to you. I'm pretty sure I'm already subbed. Yeah, I'm already subbed. Oh, no problem, Sean. Thank you very much for just listening. 3D touch, 3D touch, 3D touch. Why am I drawing a blank on that one? What's the 3D touch? Yeah, Repcore box is cool. I have like very, very old model of it. I bought it at Earth, and it was a display model, so it was already assembled. He was already using it, and it was Earth last year. So it's a very, very old model. I just don't know if I'm going to continue to use it because with the change in the MMU 2 and everything else, I guess my purposes for it aren't working out. So I don't know. I'm thinking of starting some sort of like maybe a giveaways or something. I don't think I want to give that away because the shipping would be too high. But I have too many filament samples piling up. And so I'm thinking of like doing like pick some winners and give them 3-4 samples of just random stuff that may or may not have been printed before. It may be sealed. It doesn't, it's just whatever, right? Because I don't know what I'm going to do with all these filament samples. All right, so we are at the 1 millimeter layer mark here. If anybody has an idea of what to do with filament samples or how to effectively give them away, I don't know. I mean, I definitely, I'm not going to lie, I definitely would like more subs, and if there's a way to turn samples into subs, I would do it. All right, so this is looking good. I'm going to stop it. I think it's starting to do the infill on layer 5, and oh, it's doing gyroid infill. I know we didn't get there. Ooh, I hit pause by accident. And let's go to stop. So it's stopping, it's lifting the print head. Okay, so after a pause and hitting stop, it lifted the print head, and now it's going back down into the bed, and it's going to turn off the heat while it's pressed against the print. All right, so that's not cool. Let me move the axis. It might have actually just stuck the whole print head into the print. We'll see in a minute. All right, oops, gotta go back. And I want to remove the filament, unload filament. So there's like a black tip on my nozzle now because I think either the blob got on the nozzle or it buried it into the print. I don't know. I don't know why it decided to do that. So hopefully it starts to unload, and it should be doing the ramming. Yeah, so you see it load it and unload it again. So that's the ramming process. If you have a MMU2, it does ramming too on color change. All right, and let me get that out of there. Ooh, it's still stuck in there. I can't get it out. So can I tell it to unload again? Okay. Unloading the second time worked. The tip is good. So I know that's not in focus. Let's see. But the tip came out very well there. Yeah, I mean, Sean, I can't like say what colors they would be because it's not something I want to have to like start like saying, oh, this month it's going to be these 3 colors. I just want to grab three colors I have sitting there and throw them in a box or envelope, I guess. Okay, so let's remove this print. Hopefully it's not welded to the bed. This stuff does seem a little stickier than the orange stuff. I'm going to break all the tendrils free. There we go. All right, let me look at where it lowered back to the bed. So I did it right there in that corner there. That's all that stringing of where it lowered back into the bed. Greg, I use mostly Mark IIIs. I have 3 Mark IIIs. One is an enclosure with a hard nozzle meant to print more advanced materials. One is just open air standard stock Mark III that I will take with me if I'm like doing like a demo or a thing for schools or something. This Prusa Mini actually will become the one I start taking around instead of the Mark III because it's easier to move. And then the other one has the MMU on it. And the reason I have those separate is when I'm doing anything, I don't want, well, I want the capabilities, but if you only have one printer and the MMU or whatever decides to act up and you have to get something out the door, it's not going to work. I also have the rail core, but I'm still playing with it. I'm not using it production yet. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, like one is a lot flimsier than the other. So, but look at that. It printed fine. Stringing wise, it's definitely stringier. I would ignore this big string here because this is where it decided to lower back into the print. So I'm going to rip that off. But we have some stringing like within these like little loops and stuff that you can see, but it's really not that bad. I think just lower the temperature a little bit. We have the blob, but again, the printer decided to do that at the end, which probably is not a normal behavior if you do a complete print. In fact, I know it's not. So yeah, good print there, good print here. 2 different flexibles. The Ninjaflex absolutely is, I want to say, one of the hardest ones to print. So that through the Bowden tube worked out very well. So yeah, any other questions for the machine, or I'm just going to kind of wrap up here. I think that we have a nice little machine here. Definitely did the job. The quality looks at Mark III level. So there's our buddy again. I'll probably print a Yoda tonight because that seems to be the thing, right? So yeah, the MMU is fine, but the MMU kind of takes away the set and forget ability of the normal Prusa Mark III. Yeah, I'm surprised it handled the flexibles. You know, I honestly thought the flexible was going to get jammed. Not in the hot end. I didn't think we'd have any problems there. I thought it would get wrapped up in the extruder. They must have a really tight path in there, and I haven't really looked at it. And because it did so well, I don't want to touch it. But yeah, I'm surprised it didn't get wrapped up. So there it is. Great printer. Like I said, I'm using it as a portable printer. If I'm going to like an elementary school to give demos to kids or something, I end up doing that a lot. So I like to just help anybody learn more about 3D printing. So I try to volunteer for a lot of stuff. Also, I do 3D printing nights if you're in Maryland, in Columbia, and in, oh, where's the other place? Severn. So I do 3D printing nights in Maryland if you're in the area, where we usually just go over something, whether it's Fusion or Mesh Mixer or whatever. So I can take that there too, much easier than a Mark III. But I don't see any other questions coming through. I hope I didn't miss any. I don't see any other questions come through. So yes, thank you all very much for joining today. I really, really appreciate you guys coming out. Hit the subscribe if you want to see what's next. Like I said, I'm doing the enclosure soon, and I'm doing some unboxing soon. The Prusa, the Prusa Mini, it printed well. It worked fine for the flexibles. I gave it what I considered one of the hardest materials I have. I have one material I can't get to print on the Mark III. Maybe I'll try it on this. I don't know. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. Hit the subscribe button. Follow me on Twitter. Go check out my website. I do appreciate it. On Twitter, I'm graybeard_3D, and gray is spelled with an E. But thank you so much, and have a nice night, everyone. And a Merry Christmas if I don't see you again. So let's hit this end button here. Later, Paul.